The Bulldog Defiant, a full biography of Winston Churchill. Author, Jamie Glick. Narrator, Christopher. He was a soldier of the Queen, a prisoner of war, a Nobel Prize-winning writer, and the voice that rallied a nation when the world was falling into darkness. From his aristocratic but lonely childhood to the blood-stained trenches of the Great War and the cigar-smoke-filled rooms of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill's life was a relentless pursuit of greatness. He was a man of contradictions, a politician who switched parties twice, a leader who faced devastating exile during his wilderness years, and a strategist whose words eventually became the primary weapon against the tide of tyranny. This is the comprehensive journey of the man who refused to surrender, shaping the map of the 20th century and carving an immortal legacy that still roars today. Chapter 1. Born to empire, aristocracy, rebellion, and a difficult childhood, 1874 to 1893. On the 30th of November in the year 1874, in a small room off the Great Hall of Blenheim Palace, a child arrives into the world ahead of schedule, impatient, it seems, from the very first moment of his existence. The palace itself is one of the grandest structures in all of England, a monument to military glory, to the ambitions of a nation that had, for centuries, believed itself chosen by history to lead the world. The stone walls rise like the sides of a canyon above the Oxfordshire countryside, and the long galleries are hung with portraits of ancestors who fought at Ramillies, who counseled kings, who shaped the destiny of an empire. Into this inheritance, gilded, heavy, magnificent, Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill is born. His mother is there, Jenny Jerome, an American beauty from New York whose dark eyes carry a kind of electricity that will never quite leave her son's face. She had not expected the birth so soon. She had been at a ball the evening before, dancing and laughing in the candlelit rooms of the palace, and when the pains came swiftly and without warning, she was guided to a small ground-floor room near the entrance. Lady Randolph's room they call it, and it is here, on a cold November morning, that the child who will one day hold the fate of Western civilization in his hands takes his first breath. His father is Lord Randolph Churchill, the third son of the 7th Duke of Marlborough, a man of brilliant, combustible energy and savage political ambition. Randolph is not at Blenheim when his son arrives. He is, as so often elsewhere, absorbed in his own world, his own ambitions, the frantic motion of a man who cannot be still. He arrives later, and he is pleased, in the distracted way of men of his class and era who consider children to be the business of nurses and nannies until the boys are old enough to be sent away to school. The baby is healthy. The mother is recovering. The dynasty continues. That, for now, is enough. And so Winston Churchill begins his life not in tenderness, not in the warmth of parental arms, but in the vast and echoing indifference of privilege. He is wrapped in fine linen. He is placed in the care of a wet nurse and then, very shortly after, in the care of a woman who will become, quietly and without fanfare, the most important person in his early world, a woman named Elizabeth Ann Everest. Mrs. Everest is not young, and she is not glamorous, and she has none of the brilliance that surrounds the Churchills like a kind of aristocratic weather. She is a Kent woman, warm and solid and patient, with a face that speaks of sensible kindness rather than beauty. She becomes Winston's nurse, and then she becomes something that neither of his parents quite managed to be. She becomes his anchor. He calls her womany or simply wom, the garbled sound of a small child reaching for something to hold on to, and she holds on in return, steadfastly, through the years of his childhood with a devotion that will mark him for the rest of his life. In the nursery of the Churchills' London townhouse on Charles Street, and then at their residence at St. James's Place, and later in other houses as the family moves with the restless rhythm of the politically ambitious, it is Mrs. Everest who reads to Winston at night, who tends his fevers, who listens to his questions, who absorbs his rages and his enthusiasms with equal equanimity. Winston, even as a very small child, has rages. He has enthusiasms. He is, by every account, an extraordinarily vivid little creature, restless, loud, curious, argumentative, prone to strong opinions delivered at high volume, and possessed of a stubbornness that makes even the most experienced nurses pause. His parents, meanwhile, are figures of dazzling distance. Jenny Churchill is one of the great beauties of the age, a woman whose social calendar is a thing of near mythological density. She moves through the drawing rooms and country houses of late Victorian England like a comet, brilliant, admired, desired, and always slightly out of reach. Winston worships her from afar. He writes her letters in a child's careful hand, letters that beg for visits, that describe his days in the hopes of drawing her attention, that vibrate with a need she rarely quite answers. She loves him in her way. She will prove it later in moments of real crisis. But in these early years she is simply not there, not in the way a small boy needs his mother to be there. And Lord Randolph? He is even more remote. He is a man ascending, at this point, through the ranks of the Conservative Party, his speeches in the House of Commons drawing crowds of admirers and a growing reputation as the most electrifying political talent of his generation. He believes in something he calls Tory democracy, a vision of the Conservative Party as a force for the ordinary working man rather than merely the landed gentry, and he pursues this vision with a ferocity that leaves little room for domestic warmth. He is also, though none of them yet know it, a man already beginning to be consumed by the disease, almost certainly syphilis, though this will remain officially unspoken, that will destroy his mind and kill him before he turns 46. Winston sees his father from across the length of grand rooms. He watches him with something close to awe. Randolph Churchill is short like his son will be, and he has the Churchill jaw and the Churchill eyes, pale and penetrating, and when he speaks in the Commons the galleries are full. Winston collects newspaper accounts of his father's speeches. He memorizes passages. He studies the man from a careful distance as one studies a fire, aware of the warmth but sensible of the danger of getting too close. He will later write, with the careful understatement of a man who has made his peace with old wounds, that he and his father never really spoke as equals, never had the long conversations he had hoped for. He will say that he knew his father chiefly from his writings and his speeches, and that this too was a kind of knowledge. In the autumn of 1882 Winston is 7 years old, and the world of the nursery is about to end. He is sent to his first school, a small preparatory institution in Ascot run by a man and his wife, the Reverend and Mrs. Snade Kinnersley. It is, by the accounts Winston will give decades later in his memoir My Early Life, a place of considerable cruelty. The headmaster is a believer in corporal punishment of a severity that even by Victorian standards is remarkable. Boys are beaten regularly and thoroughly for academic failures, for minor infractions, for the ordinary sins of childhood. Winston, who is not yet the resilient bulldog he will become, who is still a small red-haired boy far from home, does not take well to this regime. He is not, at this stage, a good pupil. His mind does not move in the orderly channels that classical Victorian education demands. Latin, which is the cornerstone of the curriculum, bores and defeats him. He stares at the conjugations and the declensions and finds that they will not stay in his head. He is not unintelligent. Anyone who speaks to him for more than 5 minutes can see that the intelligence is extraordinary, but it is an intelligence that moves sideways, that makes leaps and connections, that requires a degree of personal interest in the subject before it will fully engage. Classical Latin offers him no such interest. He resists it. He is beaten for resisting it. He resists it more. What he does not resist is English. He discovers in these early school years that language itself, the English language, his own language, spoken and written and read, is something that fills him with a kind of joy. He can read long books. He can compose sentences that say exactly what he means them to say. He has a memory for poetry that will stay with him his whole life, lines of Macaulay and Tennyson lodging in his mind with the permanence of carved stone. He is told, by more than one master, that his facility with English composition is notable. This praise, in a landscape of academic failure and physical punishment, is a small sun he turns toward. After 2 unhappy years at Ascot, Winston is moved. He falls ill. His lungs, which will trouble him periodically throughout his youth, cause alarm, and he is sent to a gentler establishment in Brighton, where the sea air is considered therapeutic and where the regime is less ferocious. Here he is somewhat happier. He begins to develop the interest that will define him for decades. Military history, above all, stirs something deep and permanent in him. He has a collection of toy soldiers, over 1,000 of them, and he arranges them on the floor of the nursery in formations that reflect real battles, real campaigns. He studies the maps. He traces the movements of armies. His younger brother Jack, 4 years his junior and of a gentler temperament, participates in these campaigns with the willing loyalty of the younger sibling, accepting Winston's generalship without complaint. It is around this time that Winston makes one of his first serious attempts to draw his father's attention through genuine intellectual engagement. He asks Lord Randolph in a letter whether he might be taught chess. He mentions his soldiers. He hints, in the careful language of a child who knows the terrain of adult indifference, that he would benefit from his father's guidance. Randolph is briefly attentive, and then the political world reclaims him and the moment passes. Winston returns to his soldiers and his battles, and to Mrs. Everest, and to the long practice of being alone with his own thoughts. In November of 1885, Lord Randolph Churchill reaches what will prove to be the zenith of his political career. He becomes Chancellor of the Exchequer under Lord Salisbury, the second most powerful position in the British government. He is 36 years old. The newspapers speak of a future Prime Minister, possibly a great one. Winston, at 10 years old, understands enough of the world to feel a ferocious pride. His father is at the summit of England. The family name, already magnificent in the annals of British history by virtue of the great first Duke of Marlborough, is being made magnificent again in the present tense, by a living man, by his father. And then, with the speed of a man falling from a great height, it is over. In December of 1886, Lord Randolph resigns from the cabinet over a budget dispute. He expects, it appears he genuinely believes, that Salisbury will capitulate, that the party cannot afford to lose him, that his position is unassailable. He is wrong. Salisbury accepts the resignation. And Randolph Churchill, at 37, finds that the great door of political power has swung shut. He will never hold high office again. He will spend the remaining years of his short life struggling against his own deteriorating mind, making speeches that grow increasingly incoherent, watching his political influence dissolve. He will be dead within a decade. For Winston, watching this from the careful distance he has always maintained, the effect is complex and lasting. He will spend much of his adult life, more than he will ever quite admit, trying to finish what his father started, trying to vindicate a name that the world had begun to regard as a cautionary tale. The rivalry between Winston's love for his father and his understanding of his father's failures will fuel ambitions of extraordinary intensity for the next 30 years. In the autumn of 1888, Winston arrives at Harrow. He is 13 years old. Harrow is one of the 2 or 3 great public schools of England, a place where the sons of the aristocracy and the upper classes are shaped into the kind of men the empire requires: classicists, lawyers, soldiers, statesmen. It sits on a hill above northwest London, its old brick buildings visible for miles, its traditions deep and slightly theatrical in the way of English institutions that have been performing their own importance for centuries. Winston does not arrive in triumph. He sits the entrance examination, and his performance is, to put it generously, undistinguished. In the Latin paper, which is the heart of the examination, he submits a page with his name at the top, the question number, a bracket, and nothing else. He cannot, he will later say with a straight face, think of anything to write. He is admitted to Harrow because the headmaster, a man named Weldon who has an eye for potential, sees something in the boy despite the blank paper, and because the Churchill name still carries enough weight to open certain doors. He is placed, on the basis of his examination results, in the bottom form. This is not merely embarrassing. It is the kind of social humiliation that marks a boy in an institution where academic rank is everything. The boys in the top form study Homer and Thucydides in the original Greek. The boys in the bottom form study English. Winston Churchill, placed by circumstance and apparent failure at the very bottom of the academic hierarchy, spends 3 years studying English grammar with a thoroughness that no other boy at Harrow receives. He will later reflect, without a trace of irony, that this was perhaps the greatest academic gift he ever received. He also boxes. He is small and sturdy and furious in the ring, and he wins the school fencing championship, and he is known throughout Harrow as a boy who will not, under any circumstances, back down. The other boys learn this. The masters learn it too in a different way, Winston argues with them, disputes their assessments, appeals their decisions, insists on being heard even when all of convention and hierarchy insist that he should be silent. This does not make him popular. It makes him, at various points, actively disliked by the people who have authority over him. But something else is happening at Harrow, something quieter and more significant than the visible rebellions. Winston is beginning to read voraciously and widely on his own terms, in the hours that are not structured by the school day. He reads history, Gibbon, Macaulay, the long unrolling narratives of empires rising and falling, and the history lodges in him not as academic knowledge but as something more visceral, more personal, as if he is reading about a world he already half remembers. He reads accounts of battles and campaigns, following the movements of armies across maps with an attention that his Latin masters would have found baffling. He writes essays and speeches that show, beneath the still rough surface, a talent for rhetoric that is already beginning to find its shape. His relationship with his parents during these Harrow years is a series of negotiations, small and large, carried out by letter with the careful formality that Victorian convention imposes on communications between children and their parents. Winston writes to his mother with a frequency that she rarely matches. He asks for visits, for money, for small comforts. He tells her about his days in the hoping that the details will interest her, that the details will make him present to her in the rooms he cannot enter. Jenny Churchill loves her son, this much is clear, but she is a woman of the world, a woman whose life is very full, and her responses arrive at Harrow with a slowness that speaks of other priorities. To his father, he writes with a deference that cost him something because Winston is not, by nature, a deferential person, and the deference he shows Randolph is a performance of filial love rather than a reflection of his true temperament. He tries to interest his father in his school life, in his accomplishments, in the evidence that he is not, whatever early appearances suggested, a failure. Randolph's replies are brief and often critical, and occasionally warm in the way of a man who means to do better and keeps finding that he hasn't the time. There is one exchange, from around 1891, that captures the nature of their relationship with a precision that is almost painful. Winston, who has been developing his interest in the army and hoping to follow a military path, suggests to his father that he might sit the examination for Sandhurst, the Royal Military Academy. Randolph, who had hoped for something more distinguished, law perhaps or politics, gives his reluctant consent, adding a note about the expense of cavalry commissions and a further note about Winston's academic record that is, essentially, a catalogue of disappointments. Winston receives this letter and reads it and writes back with carefully controlled feeling, and then he goes back to his studies with the grim focus of a boy who has decided that the only answer to being underestimated is to become undeniable. But the deeper wound is not about the army or about academic rankings or about the disappointed expectations of a declining father. The deeper wound is about time. It is about all the conversations that have not happened, all the evenings at the fireside that have been offered and then withdrawn, all the moments when the door to Lord Randolph's study was closed and Winston stood in the corridor outside and did not knock because he had learned, by now, that knocking would achieve nothing. He is a boy of enormous appetite for connection, enormous appetite for the particular connection of father to son, and it is not given to him, and the hunger of it will last his whole life. Mrs. Everest meanwhile ages. She is growing old in the service of a family that is, as Winston prepares to leave Harrow, beginning to let her go. There will come a moment, not far distant, when the Churchills decide they no longer require her services. Winston is too old for a nurse, and Jack is growing, and the household economies of a family whose finances are always more precarious than their lifestyle suggests must be observed. When she is dismissed, Winston, 19 years old by then, young officer in training, already beginning to learn how to project the confidence he does not always feel, will be the one who makes sure she is comfortable, who visits her, who holds her hand. When she dies, he will weep without embarrassment. He will keep her photograph for the rest of his life. It is the winter of 1892. Winston Churchill is 17 years old. He has sat the Sandhurst entrance examination twice and failed it twice. Not catastrophically but sufficiently, the mathematics, always the mathematics, stubbornly refusing to resolve itself into the correct answers. There is a tutor now, a man whose task is specifically to address the mathematical deficiencies, and Winston applies himself with the particular intensity of a person who has something to prove. He is also, around this time, experiencing one of the periodic illnesses that mark his youth. His lungs again, a bout of pneumonia that lays him low for some weeks, that worries his mother enough to bring her to his bedside with an attentiveness that he notes and treasures. But he is not, in these convalescent weeks, passive. He reads. He thinks. He writes long letters. He argues with his tutors about the nature of the examination and whether the things it measures bear any relationship to the things that actually matter in the world. He is beginning, at 17, to develop the outlines of what will become one of his most distinctive intellectual characteristics: a total contempt for the idea that official assessments of a person's worth have any bearing on that person's actual worth. He has been assessed as mediocre, as undistinguished, as a disappointment, by schoolmasters and examination boards and by the implicit verdict of his father's letters. He does not believe any of it. This is not mere vanity, though there is vanity mixed in. It is something stranger and more interesting. It is a kind of faith in himself that has no particular evidence to support it yet, that exists as a fact about his character before it has any facts about his achievements to rest upon. In the late summer of 1893, on his third attempt, Winston Churchill passes the Sandhurst entrance examination. His marks are good enough for the infantry but not quite good enough, initially, for the cavalry. This will change. His father, receiving the news, writes a letter of qualified congratulation and extended criticism that covers, in some detail, Winston's failure to achieve cavalry marks, the expense implications of this, and the need for Winston to take his life more seriously. It is, even by the standards of their correspondence, a remarkably cold response to a significant achievement. Winston reads it. He is 18 years old, standing at the threshold of a life that will prove, in ways neither of them can yet imagine, to be one of the most consequential lives in the history of the world. He folds the letter. He puts it away. And he looks ahead, toward Sandhurst, toward the army, toward the empire and its wars and its politics and all the vast theater in which he intends, with every particle of his being, to play the central role. The childhood is ending. The story, the real story, is about to begin. Chapter 2. Soldier of Fortune, War Correspondent and Rising Celebrity, 1894 to 1900. The Royal Military Academy at Sandhurst sits in the Surrey heathland like a small, self-contained world, governed by its own rhythms of drill and study and the careful cultivation of the particular kind of manhood that the British Empire requires of its officers. The buildings are handsome without being extravagant, the grounds immaculate, the atmosphere one of purposeful seriousness leavened, in the evenings, by the particular high spirits of young men who know they are being prepared for something important. Winston Churchill arrives here in the autumn of 1893, and for the first time in his academic life, he is somewhere he wants to be. The transformation is not instantaneous, but it is real, and it is visible to anyone paying attention. The curriculum at Sandhurst, tactics, fortification, military history, map reading, the mechanics of command, engages Winston in a way that Latin and classical Greek never did. Here the abstractions have consequences. Here the material connects to the world as it actually exists, to wars that have been fought and wars that will be fought, to decisions that men in uniform will have to make under conditions of extreme pressure. Winston leans into it. He studies with an application that would have stunned his Harrow masters, and he rises through his intake with a consistency that pleases his instructors and, for once, gives him academic standing to match his social confidence. He rides. This is important, not merely practically but temperamentally. On horseback, Winston Churchill is transformed. The slight, compactly built young man with the red hair and the lisp and the tendency to fill whatever room he occupies with the force of his personality becomes something even more vivid, more fully himself. He is a natural horseman, bold and balanced, unafraid of speed or height, and the cavalry exercises that fill the Sandhurst mornings give him a physical outlet for the energy that, when confined to classrooms, has always sought expression in argument and disruption. He is happy here, or as close to happy as a young man of his particular hungers can be in a place that, however congenial, is still preparing him for a future rather than giving him the present he desires. His father, meanwhile, is dying. This is not yet fully understood even by the family. Lord Randolph's speeches have been growing stranger, his behavior more erratic, his command of himself visibly loosening. There are explanations offered: overwork, political disappointment, the accumulated strain of 2 decades in the arena, and these explanations are accepted because the alternative is too terrible to examine clearly. But the disease is advancing steadily and without mercy, through the brilliant, damaged mind of Winston's father, and by the time Winston is established at Sandhurst it is becoming impossible to deny that something is profoundly wrong. Winston watches this from his careful distance, and he watches it with the complicated feelings of a son who has never quite had the father he wanted and who now faces the possibility that the father will be gone before the relationship can become what he has always hoped it might become. He visits when he can. He sits in the same rooms as Randolph and finds that the conversations he rehearsed in his mind, the frank exchanges between equals that he has been waiting for since childhood, are not possible, will never be possible, because the man sitting across from him is no longer fully the man he has been waiting to speak to. In the summer of 1894, Winston graduates from Sandhurst. He is commissioned as a second lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars, a cavalry regiment of considerable distinction, and he takes up his posting with a satisfaction that is genuine but not, in his own estimation, sufficient. He is 20 years old. He is an officer in one of the finest armies in the world. He is the son of a former Chancellor of the Exchequer. He has, by most measures available to him, made a reasonable beginning. It is nowhere near enough. The world, as Winston Churchill surveys it from his barracks in Aldershot in the autumn of 1894, is a world still largely colored red on the map, red for the British Empire, that extraordinary aggregation of territories and peoples and trade routes that covers a quarter of the Earth's surface and is administered from a relatively small island in the North Atlantic by a relatively small number of men who have been educated at schools very like the ones Winston has just left. It is an empire maintained by force, ultimately by the force of arms and the force of will and the force of a particular civilizational confidence that has not yet begun to question itself in the ways it will question itself in the century to come. And at the margins of this empire, always at the margins, there is fighting. There is always fighting somewhere. This is what Winston Churchill needs to find. On the 24th of January, 1895, Lord Randolph Churchill dies. He is 45 years old. Winston is 20, and standing at the graveside in the January cold, he feels the full weight of everything that has not been said between them, all the conversations that are now impossible, all the arguments that will never be made and therefore never resolved. He will carry his father, the idea of his father, the legend of his father, the failure of his father, the potential of his father, for the rest of his life. He will write a biography of Lord Randolph that is one of the finest political biographies in the English language, and in writing it he will try to do what life denied him the chance to do. He will try to truly know the man. But grief, for Winston Churchill, is not a reason to stop moving. It may, in fact, accelerate him. Within months of his father's death, he is arranging, through a combination of personal charm, his mother's considerable social connections, and a persistence that stops just short of outright importunity, to observe a war. The war in question is in Cuba, where Spanish colonial forces are fighting a rebel insurgency, and it is not, strictly speaking, any business of a British cavalry officer on peacetime leave. But Winston has obtained permission, one of his first lessons in the art of making inconvenient things possible through the sheer force of wanting them, and in November of 1895 he sails for the Americas. He arrives in Cuba on his 21st birthday, the 30th of November, and by some extraordinary piece of timing he is, on that very day, in the field with Spanish forces when his first shots are fired in anger. He lies in the long grass on a Cuban hillside and the bullets pass overhead with a sound he will later describe in the dispatches he sends back to the Daily Graphic, for he has arranged, with characteristic foresight, to be paid as a war correspondent as well as to observe as a military attaché, as resembling the sound of a man drawing a thumb swiftly along the teeth of a fine-toothed comb. He is lying there being shot at for the first time in his life, and he is thinking about how to describe it. This is Winston Churchill. This is what he is. Under fire, his mind is not consumed by fear alone. It observes, it records, it reaches for the precise word. He is, from the very beginning, a writer in the middle of the action as much as he is an actor in the middle of the writing. He cannot simply live the experience. He must simultaneously be translating it into language, storing the details, feeling for the sentence that will carry the moment across the distance between the Cuban hillside and the London breakfast table where the daily graphics readers will encounter it. He is 21 years old and he has just found his method. The Cuba dispatches are published. They are read. They are noticed. Not universally praised. There is, in some quarters, a raised eyebrow at the impropriety of a serving officer writing journalism about a conflict in which Britain has no official interest, but noticed. The name Winston Churchill appears in print in a London newspaper, attached to vivid, confident prose about a distant war, and the machinery of his public reputation, slow and tentative at first, begins to turn. He returns to England and to his regiment. The 4th Hussars are preparing for India for the long, slow postings in Bangalore and Peshawar that form the backbone of imperial soldiering in peacetime, and Winston goes with them in the autumn of 1896, sailing into the heat of the subcontinent with his regimental kit and, crucially, with a reading list. He has decided, in the characteristic way of a man who has identified a gap in himself and decided to fill it by main force, that his education is deficient. He was not taught the things he needs to know. Very well. He will teach himself. In Bangalore, in the long slow afternoons when the heat makes outdoor activity impossible and the other officers sleep or play cards or simply endure the hours, Winston reads. He sends home to his mother for books, Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, all 8 volumes, Macaulay's History of England, Plato's Republic, the annual volumes of the parliamentary debates, so that he can study the rhetoric of the House of Commons in the same way that a musician might study scores. He reads with a pencil in his hand, marking passages, arguing in the margins. He reads with the systematic intensity of a man cramming years of missed education into months, and the reading goes into him and becomes part of him, part of the voice that is forming, the distinctive Churchill voice, at once grandiloquent and precise, capable of the soaring Gibbonian period and of the sudden short Anglo-Saxon hammer blow of a sentence that brings an argument home. He is also, throughout these Bangalore months, restless. India in peacetime is not what he came for. He is a young man of 22-23, possessed of physical courage and intellectual energy and an ambition that has no outlet here among the polo fields and the mess dinners and the patient, grinding routines of garrison life. He writes letters. He reads. He plays polo. He is a fine polo player, aggressive and quick, playing through an injury to his right shoulder that he sustains during a landing at Bombay and that will trouble him, one way and another, for years. He thinks about war and about fame and about the fact that every day that passes without his name being known is a day wasted, is evidence of a life not yet fully begun. The opportunity arrives, as opportunities in the empire tend to arrive, in the form of violence in a distant place. In the summer of 1897, a Pashtun uprising breaks out on the northwest frontier of India, in the Malakand region, and a field force under General Sir Bindon Blood is assembled to suppress it. Winston hears of this while he is on leave in England, and he sends a telegram to General Blood. He has met the man socially, charmed him, obtained from him a vague promise that if he ever commanded another frontier campaign Winston might join it as a correspondent, and he asks without embarrassment whether he might come. The answer is yes. He reaches the Malakand field force by riding and marching and pushing through the heat and the passes of the frontier with the determined urgency of a man who is afraid that the fighting will be over before he arrives. It is not over. He gets there in time, and what he finds on the northwest frontier of India in the autumn of 1897 is a landscape of extraordinary violence and beauty in equal measure, the great peaks and the narrow valleys and the villages of stone, and among it all the sudden murderous exchanges of imperial warfare, the ambushes in the passes, the night attacks, the hand-to-hand fighting that strips war of all its distance and abstraction and reduces it to something primitive and absolute. Winston is in the middle of it. He is officially there as a correspondent. He sends dispatches to the Pioneer in Allahabad and to the Daily Telegraph in London, but in practice when the firing starts he picks up a rifle. He is mentioned in dispatches by General Blood. He sees men die beside him. He kills, he believes, though in the chaos of frontier fighting certainty is not always available. And through all of it, The fear, the exhaustion, the spectacle of imperial violence in its most naked form. He is writing, always writing, turning the experience into prose, translating the frontier into something that the readers of the Daily Telegraph can sit with over their morning coffee. The dispatches become a book. Published in the autumn of 1898 under the title The Story of the Malacan Field Force, it is Winston Churchill's first book, written at speed in the long evenings after the fighting, and it is, for a first book by a 23-year-old cavalry officer, a remarkable piece of work. It has opinions. It has arguments. It does not simply describe what happened. It evaluates strategy, it questions decisions, it offers the military and political analysis of a man who has been thinking hard about these subjects for years. It is also beautifully written, in the Gibbonian mode that Winston has absorbed and made his own. It is reviewed in the London papers. It is read in the clubs and the drawing rooms. The name Winston Churchill is, with increasing frequency, a name that people recognize. But Malakand is not Sudan. And Sudan is where, in the summer of 1898, the British Empire is preparing to deliver one of the most decisive military actions of the entire Victorian era. General Herbert Kitchener is marching south up the Nile with an Anglo-Egyptian army to reclaim the Sudan from the Mahdiist forces that have held it since the death of General Gordon at Khartoum in 1885. It is a campaign of reconquest, magnificently organized, supplied by a railway that Kitchener has built across the desert for the purpose, aimed at the Mahdiist capital of Omdurman and at the symbolic settling of accounts for one of the empire's most painful humiliations. Kitchener himself is a man of formidable military competence and iron personal manner, not much given to sentiment or to the presence of young cavalry officers who arrive uninvited with journalistic credentials and social connections. He does not want Winston Churchill in his campaign. He has said as much, clearly and without qualification. Winston goes anyway. He uses his mother. He uses the Prime Minister, Lord Salisbury, who has read the Malacan Field Force and been impressed enough to receive Winston at Downing Street. He uses every connection and every charm he possesses, and at the last moment, through the intervention of powerful men who believe the young Churchill deserves a chance, a vacancy appears in the 21st Lancers, attached to Kitchener's force, and Winston arrives in Egypt in time. Omdurman. The 2nd of September 1898. Dawn on the banks of the Nile, and the Mahdiist army, 60,000 warriors, many of them fanatics of extraordinary courage, armed with rifles and spears and an absolute willingness to die, are drawn up on the plain before the village. And Kitchener's army, modern, disciplined, armed with Maxim guns and Lee Metford rifles and the full technological advantage of the late Victorian military, begins to advance. The Battle of Omdurman is in many respects a massacre. The Maxim guns do their work with terrible efficiency, and the Mahdiist charges, however brave, founder and dissolve before the weight of fire. But it is also, in one extraordinary passage, something more than a massacre. It is a cavalry charge, perhaps the last great cavalry charge in British military history, and Winston Churchill is in the middle of it. The 21st Lancers receive the order to charge. They are 500 men on horseback, moving from a trot to a canter to a gallop in a matter of seconds, aimed at what appears to be a small force of Mahdiist infantry in a dry watercourse. They discover, as they commit to the charge and it is too late to stop, that the watercourse conceals several thousand men. The Lancers hit the Mahdiist line at full gallop and the next 90 seconds are a chaos of sabers and rifles and rearing horses and dying men, close enough to touch, immediate enough to smell. It is the most intense 90 seconds of Winston Churchill's young life. He survives. He fires his pistol. He has carried a Mauser rather than a saber because of the old shoulder injury, and he fights his way through and out the other side, and he turns and looks back at the place where the charge went in and counts the riderless horses and the bodies. The 21st Lancers lose more men in those 90 seconds than in the rest of the campaign combined. The Mahdiist army is broken by the end of the morning. Kitchener rides into Omdurman. Gordon is avenged. The Sudan is British again. And Winston Churchill, 23 years old, rides back from the charge and begins to write. The book that comes out of Omdurman and the Sudan campaign is called The River War, and it is published in 1899 in 2 volumes. It is a bigger, more ambitious work than the Malacan Field Force, A full history of the Reconquest from Gordon's death to Kitchener's triumph, told with the sweep and confidence of a writer who has been studying Gibbon and Macaulay for 3 years and has now found a subject worthy of the method. It is also, in its treatment of Kitchener, surprisingly critical. Winston does not spare the general's reputation where his judgment appears to him to have been faulty, and most notably he condemns the desecration of the Mahdi's tomb and the treatment of Mahdiist casualties with a moral directness that is striking in a young officer writing about his own campaign. He is not simply celebrating the imperial enterprise. He is examining it. Kitchener is not pleased. Several other senior officers are not pleased. This, too, will become characteristic, the pattern by which Winston Churchill makes powerful enemies through the simple act of saying clearly what he thinks, and makes them without quite meaning to cause offense because he is genuinely surprised every time that the truth should prove so unwelcome. He resigns his commission. He has decided that his future is in politics, not the army, and that the army can no longer give him the adventures he needs in any case, now that he is famous enough to arrange his own. He fights his first parliamentary election at Oldham in July of 1899, and he loses narrowly, and he is not discouraged, because he has understood something important about himself in the years since Sandhurst and Malakand and Omdurman. He does not get smaller when things go wrong. He gets larger. Adversity for Winston Churchill is not a reason to retreat. It is a reason to lean forward. In October of 1899, war breaks out in South Africa. The Boers, the Dutch-descended settlers of the Transvaal and the Orange Free State, farmers and fighters of extraordinary toughness and skill, have been in dispute with the British Empire over the gold fields of the Rand and the question of who, ultimately, holds sovereignty over southern Africa. The dispute has hardened into ultimatum, and the ultimatum has expired, and now there is war, and the early weeks of it are going badly for the British. The Boers, fighting on their own terrain with their own weapons and a tactical flexibility that the British Army does not expect, inflict a series of sharp defeats that send a shock through the empire. Winston Churchill is on a ship to South Africa before the month is out, commissioned as a war correspondent by the Morning Post at a salary that makes him, at 24, one of the most highly paid journalists in England. He arrives in Cape Town and makes his way toward the fighting with the same relentless urgency that has characterized every approach to every conflict of his brief but remarkably eventful career. On the 15th of November 1899, he boards an armored train that is scouting northward along the line toward Ladysmith, which is under Boer siege. The train, which is exactly the kind of aggressive reconnaissance that the circumstances probably do not require, runs into a Boer ambush. The Boers have placed rocks on the line, and the train, moving fast, hits them and derails. Several cars are thrown from the track. The Boers open fire from the surrounding hills with rifle and artillery, and the men on the train, soldiers and crew and one war correspondent, find themselves pinned down in a nightmare of twisted metal and incoming fire. What happens next is observed by multiple witnesses and reported in dispatches and discussed in Parliament, and will make Winston Churchill famous throughout the English-speaking world. Under fire, while soldiers take cover, he organizes the clearing of the line. He directs the work, he encourages the men, he makes himself available to whatever task needs doing, moving through the fire zone with an apparent indifference to the bullets that will later seem, to those who were there, to have been either extraordinary courage or extraordinary recklessness or some compound of both that only makes sense in the specific nature of Winston Churchill. The engine is freed. The wounded are loaded. The engine escapes with the wounded, but Winston, who has been running alongside, is cut off. He scrambles up an embankment and finds himself looking into the rifles of Boer horsemen. He has left his Mauser in the cab of the engine. He has nothing. He is 24 years old, and he is a prisoner of war. The Boers take him to Pretoria, to the state model schools that have been converted into an officer's prison camp. He is furious. He is furious in the specific way of a man who knows that captivity is wasting time, that every day behind these walls is a day in which the war is going on without him, in which other correspondents are filing dispatches that he is not filing, in which his carefully constructed momentum is stalling. He appeals for release on the grounds that he is a civilian correspondent. The Boers decline. He plots escape. On the night of the 12th of December 1899, Winston Churchill climbs over the wall of the prison camp and drops into the garden of the neighboring house and walks, with as much casualness as he can manufacture, out of Pretoria. He is alone. His two companions in the escape attempt lose their nerve at the critical moment and do not follow. He has no map, minimal Portuguese, and 300 miles of hostile Boer territory between himself and the nearest British-controlled territory in Mozambique. What follows is 3 weeks of extraordinary adventure. He walks through the night toward the railway line, hides in a culvert as trains pass, and then makes the decision that will save him. He approaches the lit window of a house and knocks and asks for help. The house turns out to belong to John Howard, a British mine manager who is, by a chance, so fortunate it borders on the incredible, one of the very few Englishmen in the area. Howard hides Winston in the mine workings, keeps him fed, keeps him hidden for days while the Boers search, and eventually smuggles him out in a freight train laden with wool, hidden beneath the bales. Winston arrives in Lourenço Marques on the 23rd of December 1899, and sends a telegram to the Morning Post, and the Morning Post publishes his account of the escape, and England goes mad with delight. He is the young hero who broke out of Boer captivity and crossed 300 miles of enemy territory on nerve and wit and bare determination. His name is on every front page. He is celebrated in cartoons and editorials and letters to the Times. He is, at 25 years old, the most famous young man in the British Empire. He returns to South Africa. He is there for the relief of Ladysmith, riding into the town with the relieving force, one of the first men through the gate. He is there for the advance on Pretoria, and he enters Pretoria with the advancing British forces and goes directly to the state model schools and is present when the prisoners he left behind are freed, a piece of personal satisfaction that he does not pretend to understate. He files dispatch after dispatch, and the dispatches are published, and the name accumulates a weight and resonance that, by the time he finally returns to England in the summer of 1900, has made him something the British public has a particular fondness for, something the Victorian era understands and celebrates. A man of action who can also write about the action, a soldier who is also a thinker, a young man of brilliant promise who has, against significant odds and with conspicuous personal courage, already made good on some fraction of what he promised. He is 25 years old. He is a published author of 4 books. He is the most famous journalist in England. He has been under fire in 4 different conflicts on 3 different continents. He has been a prisoner of war and escaped. He is charged with the last cavalry charge in British military history. He has buried his father and lost his nurse and won his first book reviews and lost his first election and won his first real fame, and he has done all of it with the driven urgency of a man who believes, in some place too deep and too private to be quite fully articulated, that he does not have time to waste, that the account must be settled before the page runs out. He stands now at the beginning of the political career that has always been his true destination, his inherited purpose, the thing for which all the wars and all the words have been, at some level, preparation. He will stand for Oldham again in the general election of October 1900, and this time, carrying the fame of his escape from Pretoria and the relief of Ladysmith and the charge at Omdurman behind him like a wind, he will win. The soldier of fortune is about to become a politician. The century is about to turn. And Winston Churchill, impatient and brilliant and scarred and burning, is about to walk through the doors of the House of Commons for the first time. The real war, the one that will last the rest of his life, is just beginning. Chapter 3. Into Parliament, Ambition, Party Switching and Reform, 1900 to 1910. The House of Commons is, in the autumn of 1900, a place of extraordinary theatre. It sits within the Gothic grandeur of the Palace of Westminster, its chamber relatively small for the weight of history it carries, the green leather benches arranged in the adversarial configuration that the British parliamentary tradition has always preferred, government on one side, opposition on the other, the 2 sides facing each other across a narrow aisle that is, by ancient convention, precisely 2 sword lengths wide, a distance calculated to prevent the debaters from killing each other though not from trying. The air smells of old wood and ambition. The acoustics reward a certain kind of voice, not necessarily the loudest, but the most precisely calibrated, the voice that knows how to fill the space without appearing to strain for it. Winston Churchill enters this chamber for the first time as a Member of Parliament in February of 1901, having won his seat at Oldham in the general election of the previous October with the wind of his South African fame at his back. He is 26 years old. He is the youngest man in the chamber in any practical sense that matters, not merely in years but in the particular quality of impatience he carries, the sense of barely contained forward motion that makes him, even when seated, appear to be slightly in advance of everyone around him. He takes his seat on the Conservative benches. His father's party. The party of Disraeli and Salisbury and the long tradition of Tory governance that Lord Randolph had tried, in his brilliant and self-destructive way, to modernize and democratize before the disease took him. Winston sits where his father sat and feels the weight of that and prepares to speak. His maiden speech is delivered on the 18th of February, 1901. He has prepared it with extraordinary care. He has always been, despite the impression of spontaneous brilliance he will later cultivate, a meticulous preparer of speeches, writing them out in full and memorizing them in long blocks, polishing the transitions, testing the rhythms. The subject is the Boer War, which is still grinding on in South Africa in its final, ugly guerrilla phase, and Winston speaks about the Boers with a generosity toward the enemy that surprises the chamber. He argues for a settlement that respects Boer dignity, that does not grind the defeated into humiliation, that recognizes the courage of a people who fought hard against enormous odds. The speech is noticed. It is praised in the press. It is the kind of speech that makes men look up and take account. But it is also, in its magnanimity toward Britain's recent enemies, a hint of something about Winston Churchill that will complicate his political life for the next decade and beyond. He is not, in any straightforward sense, a party man. He has the Churchill independence of mind, the father's independence, which proved so destructive, and he applies it without much restraint to the questions before him, arriving at positions by the force of his own reasoning rather than by the consultative process of party loyalty, and then being somewhat surprised when his positions create problems with his colleagues. The first great problem arrives over the question of free trade. In the spring of 1903, Joseph Chamberlain, the formidable, monocled colonial secretary, one of the dominant figures of Edwardian politics, launches a campaign for tariff reform, arguing that Britain should abandon its historic commitment to free trade and impose protective tariffs on imports in order to bind the empire together economically and defend British industry against foreign competition. It is one of the great political questions of the age, and it splits the Conservative Party with the clean brutality of a well-placed axe. Winston Churchill comes down, immediately and without apparent anguish, on the side of free trade. He believes in it with an intellectual conviction that is informed by the economics he has been reading and by the Gladstonian liberal tradition that free trade represents, and he says so, loudly and clearly, in the House of Commons and in the country. He campaigns against tariff reform with the same energy he brought to his frontier dispatches. He tours constituencies, he gives speeches, he writes articles, he argues the case with a relish that is only partly about the substance and partly about the argument itself, the pleasure of the fight, the delight of a first-class mind fully engaged with a first-class question. His Conservative colleagues watch this with growing unease. There is already, among some of them, a suspicion that Winston Churchill is not quite sound, not quite safe, not quite the kind of reliable party soldier that the long game of parliamentary politics requires. He is too visible. He speaks too often. His speeches are too good. There is something slightly unsettling about a man who is that much better at it than everyone else, who seems to find it that much easier. And now he is publicly breaking with a major plank of what is becoming the dominant direction of his own party's policy. The break, when it comes, is clean and deliberate. On the 31st of May, 1904, Winston Churchill walks across the floor of the House of Commons. He enters the chamber, pauses at the bar, surveys the green benches, and then crosses the aisle and sits down on the Liberal side. It is one of the most dramatic gestures available in British parliamentary politics. Rat, his former colleagues call it, the parliamentary slang for a man who changes parties, a word that carries all the contempt of the disappointed and the betrayed. Winston has ratted. He will, years later, be accused of re-ratting when he crosses back, and he will respond to this with one of his better epigrams, that to rat once requires only nerve, but to rear at requires genuine conviction. The conviction driving him across the floor in 1904 is real, but it is not purely philosophical. It is also strategic, and Winston is honest enough with himself, in his private reflections if not always in his public declarations, to acknowledge this. The Conservative Party is moving in a direction he cannot follow. The Liberal Party is moving toward power, the great tide of Edwardian reform politics that will result, in the general election of 1906, in one of the most emphatic liberal victories in the history of British democracy. Winston Churchill is a man of many talents, but he has never shown any talent for being on the losing side when an alternative is available. The Liberal landslide of January 1906 sweeps the Conservatives away with a thoroughness that shocks even their opponents. The Liberals win nearly 400 seats. The Conservatives are reduced to a rump. And Winston Churchill, who crossed the floor 2 years earlier and fought the election as a Liberal, is rewarded with his first government position. Under Secretary of State for the Colonies, a junior ministerial post but a significant one, with real responsibility and real opportunity to demonstrate the administrative capacity that political speeches, however brilliant, cannot by themselves establish. He is 31 years old and he is in government, and he attacks the work with the same voracious energy he has brought to everything else. The Colonial Office under Churchill is not a quiet place. He produces minutes and memoranda and draft legislation at a rate that exhausts his civil servants and impresses his superiors, and the quality of the work is consistently high, detailed, argumentative, informed by a genuine concern for the human beings at the sharp end of imperial policy rather than merely the administrative abstractions. He is particularly engaged by the question of responsible government for the former Boer republics, and he plays a significant role in the granting of self-government to the Transvaal and the Orange River Colony in 1906 and 7. The former enemies of Britain are given the right to govern themselves, and Winston Churchill has helped to make it happen. And it works, with a smoothness and a goodwill that vindicates those who argued for generosity and silences, at least for the moment, those who argued for continued control. In 1908, the political landscape shifts again. Herbert Henry Asquith, a man of formidable legal intelligence and apparently inexhaustible capacity for whiskey and female company, succeeds the ailing Campbell Bannerman as Prime Minister. Asquith likes Winston Churchill with the qualified admiration of a man who recognizes exceptional talent and harbors justified reservations about its possessor's judgment and temperament. He promotes him. Winston becomes president of the Board of Trade, a cabinet position, the full table of government at last, and he is 33 years old. But before he can take up his new role, the constitutional conventions of the time require him to seek re-election in his constituency, and he loses the by-election at Manchester Northwest. It is a significant embarrassment, a cabinet minister defeated in the very moment of his promotion, and the newspapers make the most of it. Winston takes it with the surface equanimity he has learned over the years to manufacture when required, and he has rapidly found a safe seat at Dundee, where the Liberal majority is large enough to accommodate even a week of bad headlines. He wins Dundee, takes his seat at the Board of Trade and moves on. He moves, at this exact moment of political consolidation, into one of the great personal commitments of his life. In the spring of 1908, Winston Churchill meets Clementine Hozier at a dinner party. She is beautiful and quick and possessed of a moral seriousness that both challenges and steadies him. He is attracted immediately, and he pursues with the determination of a man who has decided on an objective. There is a courtship conducted with letters and meetings and long conversations, and in August of 1908, in the Rose Garden at Blenheim Palace, the place where he began, Winston proposes and Clementine accepts. They are married on the 12th of September 1908 at St. Margaret's, Westminster, and the marriage is one of the few things in Winston Churchill's life that will prove, absolutely and without reservation, to have been right. Clementine will be his anchor and his conscience and his most important advisor for the next 56 years. She will tell him things he does not want to hear, and she will tell them to him with a directness that no one else in his life will quite match. She will sustain him through the worst moments and celebrate with him through the best, and she will also, periodically, save him from himself, from the recklessness, the overconfidence, the tendency to pursue the brilliant idea without sufficient attention to the practical consequences. She is, in the deepest sense, his match. At the Board of Trade, Winston works alongside a man who is, at this moment, his closest political ally and the dominant progressive force in British politics. David Lloyd George, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, a Welshman of volcanic energy and extraordinary political gifts, the son of a schoolteacher, self-made in a way that Winston, for all his outsider status within the conservative establishment, is not. Lloyd George and Churchill are the twin engines of the great liberal reform program that is about to transform British social policy, and in these years of alliance and shared purpose they are formidable together in a way that neither quite manages alone. The reforms that emerge from the Board of Trade under Winston Churchill are not small adjustments at the margin. They are structural changes to the way British society operates, changes that reflect a genuine belief that the state has a responsibility toward the poorest and most vulnerable of its citizens that goes beyond the Victorian tradition of charitable works and self-help. The Labor Exchanges Act of 1909 creates a national network of labor exchanges, what will later be called job centers, where the unemployed can register and find work without the degradation of the casual labor market. It is Winston Churchill's legislation, and he drives it through with the thoroughness of a man who has thought hard about what unemployment actually means in human terms, what it costs in dignity and health and the slow wearing away of hope. He also introduces, in 1909, the foundations of unemployment insurance, the principle that workers who lose their jobs through no fault of their own are entitled to some support from the state during the period of their unemployment, paid for by contributions from workers, employers, and the government. This is, in the context of the time, a radical idea. It meets resistance from those who believe it will undermine the work ethic, who believe that the prospect of support in unemployment will discourage men from seeking employment. Winston dismisses these objections with a contempt that he does not always bother to disguise, because he has read the evidence and the evidence does not support them, and because he has, beneath the aristocratic manner, a streak of genuine indignation at the spectacle of preventable suffering. These are also the years of Lloyd George's People's Budget of 1909, one of the most consequential pieces of fiscal legislation in modern British history. Lloyd George proposes to fund the new social programs and the naval rearmament that the German threat is making necessary by taxing the wealthy, increasing income tax on high earners, introducing a super tax on the very rich, taxing the unearned increment of land values. Winston supports the budget with enthusiasm, campaigns for it on platforms across the country, and does so with a rhetorical relish that does nothing to endear him to the aristocratic class into which he was born and from whose ranks he has so conspicuously departed. The House of Lords, which is dominated by conservative hereditary peers and which has the constitutional power to reject legislation from the Commons, throws the people's budget out. It is a constitutional crisis of the first order, an unelected chamber blocking the legislation of a government with an enormous democratic mandate, on a matter of fundamental financial policy. The Liberals are furious. The country is divided. There are two general elections in 1910, one in January, one in December, both of which return Liberal governments, both of which give the government the mandate it argues it possesses to curb the power of the Lords. Winston is in both elections, in Dundee winning both times, and he campaigns in both with a ferocity that makes him one of the most prominent and divisive politicians in the country. He is attacked by the Conservatives with a personal animosity that goes beyond normal political opposition. They have not forgiven the floor crossing, have not forgiven the alignment with Lloyd George, have not forgiven the championing of policies that they regard as socialist or worse. His aristocratic origins make his apostasy, in their eyes, more offensive rather than less. He has the advantages of birth and has thrown them away, has sided with the enemies of his class, has used the gifts he received from the old order to attack the old order. They do not forgive this easily. He, in turn, does not much soften his attacks to accommodate their feelings. He speaks about the House of Lords with a vivid contempt that fills his audiences and fills the newspapers. He describes the peers as men who have done nothing to earn their power, who have inherited their seats in the legislature as they have inherited their houses and their silver, and who use that power to frustrate the will of the people they have done nothing to represent. He says these things with a precision and a wit that cuts deep, and the crowds love him for it, and the clubs and drawing rooms of London loathe him for it, and Winston Churchill, in these years, is perfectly comfortable with both responses simultaneously. Through all of this, the legislation, the elections, the speeches, the constitutional battles, something else is happening, something quieter and more personal. Winston is becoming a father. His first child, Diana, is born in the summer of 1909. He is also, in these years, writing, always reaching for the pen when the parliamentary day is done, producing the biography of his father that he has been working toward for most of his adult life. Lord Randolph Churchill, published in 1906, is a magnificent piece of work. It is long and detailed and politically astute, and it treats its subject with a sympathy that is all the more moving for being clearly earned rather than simply assumed. Winston has done the work. He has read the letters and the speeches in the official papers, he has interviewed the survivors, he has followed the arguments and the mistakes and the slow decline with the attention of a biographer who is also, inescapably, a son. The portrait of Lord Randolph that emerges is neither hagiography nor condemnation. It is something more complicated and more true, a man of great gifts and great failures, brought down by a combination of his own nature and his own disease, deserving of better from the hand of fate than fate chose to give him. In writing about his father, Winston is also unmistakably writing about himself, writing out the anxiety, the longing, the complicated inheritance, and in doing so perhaps beginning to put it down. He will carry Lord Randolph with him always, but after the biography he carries him differently, with more clarity and less raw grief. He has looked at the man steadily and written what he saw, and the act of writing has given him a kind of freedom. As the decade closes and the constitutional crisis over the House of Lords moves toward its resolution, the Parliament Act of 1911 will eventually strip the Lords of their absolute veto, reducing them to a delaying power. Winston Churchill stands at a remarkable position in British public life. He is 35 years old. He has been a soldier on 4 continents, a war correspondent of international fame, a published author of half a dozen books, a member of Parliament for 10 years, and a cabinet minister who has driven through legislation that is changing the lives of working people throughout Britain. He has crossed the floor and survived it. He has made enemies of extraordinary bitterness and allies of extraordinary ability. He has married the right woman and begun a family. He has, in the space of a decade, made himself impossible to ignore. He has also, in these same years, begun to reveal the full complexity of his political character, the combination of genuine progressive conviction and instinctive authoritarianism, of compassion for the poor and impatience with the disorderly, of visionary reform and occasional blind recklessness that will define him for the rest of his career and make him, always, a figure who cannot quite be accommodated within the normal categories. He is not a conservative in the 1910s. He is not quite a liberal either in the way that Asquith or Grey are liberals. He is Winston Churchill, a category of one, governed by his own judgment and his own reading and his own sense of what history requires, and this is both his greatest strength and the source of almost every serious mistake he will make. There is a harder quality coming too in these final years of the decade, a quality that his time at the Home Office, where he is sent in 1910, begins to reveal in ways that will follow him. The Home Office is not the Board of Trade. It is the Department of Prisons and Police, of Public Order and Internal Security, and it brings Winston into contact with different problems, different pressures, different temptations. He deals with strikes. He deals with suffragettes. He deals with the question of what force the state may legitimately deploy against its own citizens, and his answers to these questions are not always the answers that his progressive allies would choose, and they are not always the answers that history will judge to have been right. But that complexity and those judgments and their consequences are for the next chapter. For now, at the end of 1910, it is enough to stand where Winston Churchill stands, at the threshold of his middle 30s, at the summit of a decade of extraordinary achievement, looking forward with the undiminished appetite of a man who has never yet found a challenge large enough to satisfy him. He is about to find one. Chapter 4. Trial by War, the Admiralty and the Dardanelles Disaster, 1911 to 1916. In the autumn of 1911, Herbert Asquith summons Winston Churchill to a private meeting and offers him the Admiralty. It is, in the language of Edwardian politics, one of the great offices of state, the department responsible for the Royal Navy, which is to say responsible for the instrument upon which the entire British Empire ultimately rests, the force that keeps the sea lanes open, that protects the trade routes, that stands between the island nation and any power that might wish it harm. The Navy is not merely a military institution. It is the physical expression of Britain's place in the world, the steel and coal and seamanship that underpins everything, the commerce, the empire, the confidence, the very idea of Britain as a global power rather than a medium-sized European nation clinging to a rain-soaked archipelago off the coast of France. Winston accepts without hesitation. He is 36 years old, and the office fits him with the precision of a thing he has been measured for without knowing it. He has been thinking about naval strategy for years, reading as he always reads, with the systematic thoroughness of a man building a structure rather than merely accumulating facts. And he has been watching, with a growing anxiety that he has not always managed to communicate to colleagues as effectively as he might have wished, the rise of German naval power. Kaiser Wilhelm's Germany has been building a fleet with a purpose and a pace that can only be understood as a challenge to British naval supremacy, and British naval supremacy is not, for Winston Churchill, merely a strategic preference. It is a condition of national survival. He arrives at the Admiralty building on Whitehall and immediately begins to move things. This is what he does. He arrives somewhere and begins to move things, to push, to question, to demand explanations for arrangements that have been in place since before anyone currently present can remember, to insist that the answers to his questions be better than the answers currently available. The naval staff find him energizing and exhausting in roughly equal measure. He is everywhere, asking everything, absorbing technical detail at a speed that surprises officers who had expected a politician and found something considerably more formidable. He establishes the Naval War Staff, a body for the systematic professional planning of naval strategy that the Navy has, extraordinarily, never had before, and he drives the conversion of the fleet from coal to oil, a technological transition of enormous strategic and operational significance. Oil gives ships greater speed and greater range and requires fewer men to manage. It also means that Britain must control reliable sources of oil, which has consequences that will stretch far beyond the years of Winston's tenure at the Admiralty. He negotiates the British government's purchase of a controlling stake in the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, the future British Petroleum, and in doing so makes a decision whose ramifications will ripple through the Middle East and through global politics for the rest of the century. He orders the construction of larger, faster, more powerfully armed ships. He introduces new gunnery practices. He concerns himself personally with the quality of the food served to naval ratings, with the living conditions on ships, with the promotion prospects of able men who have risen from the lower deck rather than the officer class. He makes enemies among the naval hierarchy with the cheerful recklessness of a man who is more concerned with getting things right than with maintaining collegial warmth, and he makes allies in the engineering rooms and the lower decks, among the men who actually operate the machines, who find in this First Lord a quality of attention they have not previously encountered in a politician. He also falls in love with the Navy as an institution, with its history, its traditions, its particular culture of stoic professional competence, the quietly extraordinary thing it is to manage a fleet of steel warships across the oceans of the world. He learns to navigate. He spends weeks at sea on the Admiralty yacht Enchantress, visiting ships and dockyards and naval stations, making himself known to the sailors and the officers, absorbing the physical reality of the service he now leads. He is happy in these years with the particular happiness of a man whose capabilities and his responsibilities have, for once, achieved a genuine match. But the world outside the Admiralty is not cooperating with any desire for settled contentment. Europe in the years between 1911 and 1914 is a continent under increasing pressure, its alliance systems tightening, its military plans hardening into the inflexible schedules of mobilization timetables that leave less and less room for the kind of diplomatic maneuver that might, in an earlier era, have allowed crises to be absorbed rather than escalated. Winston watches this with the particular quality of dread that belongs to a man who understands military history well enough to see where the current trajectory leads, and who has been making preparations for what he sees coming, and who wishes, in some part of himself, that he was wrong. He is not wrong. On the 28th of June, 1914, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary is assassinated in Sarajevo by a Bosnian Serb nationalist. The event is a spark in a room full of powder, and the explosion it triggers moves with a speed that leaves the statesmen of Europe with the sensation of watching a catastrophe they cannot stop, can barely even understand as it is happening. Austria delivers an ultimatum to Serbia. Russia mobilizes in Serbia's support. Germany, bound to Austria by alliance and terrified of a two-front war, delivers its own ultimatums and mobilizes its own armies. France, bound to Russia, follows. The German war plan, the Schlieffen Plan, which requires the swift defeat of France through an invasion via Belgium before turning east to deal with Russia, requires the violation of Belgian neutrality. And Belgian neutrality is guaranteed by treaty, a treaty to which Britain is a signatory. On the 4th of August, 1914, Britain declares war on Germany. Winston Churchill, who has been ready, who has spent 3 years making the Navy ready, sends the signal to the fleet. The greatest war in human history has begun. The early months of the war are not kind to Britain. The German armies sweep through Belgium and into France with a speed that the Allied commanders cannot match, and the small British expeditionary force is caught up in a fighting retreat that, though conducted with professional skill, carries the smell of catastrophe about it. The war that everyone thought would be over by Christmas digs itself into the earth of Flanders, and the Western Front hardens into the trench system that will define and devour the next 4 years. The Navy, meanwhile, establishes its blockade of Germany, a slow, grinding weapon that will eventually starve the German war economy and the German civilian population, contributing more to the ultimate Allied victory than any single land battle, but producing no dramatic headlines, no decisive moments, no clear narrative of triumph for a public hungry for good news. Winston is not, by temperament, a man suited to the slow grinding of attrition. He is a man of action, of bold conception, of the large stroke that cuts through the tangle. He sits at the Admiralty and manages the Navy's war with competence and energy, and all the while his mind is ranging outward, looking for the move that will change the shape of the conflict, the stroke of strategic genius that will break the deadlock and shorten the war. He finds it, or believes he finds it, in the Dardanelles. The Dardanelles is the narrow strait that connects the Aegean Sea to the Sea of Marmara, and through it and the Bosphorus beyond to the Black Sea. It is the maritime gateway to Constantinople, the capital of the Ottoman Empire, which has entered the war on the German side. The strategic logic, as Winston develops it through the winter of 1914 and into 1915, is elegant and seductive. If the Navy can force the Dardanelles, can push a fleet of warships through the strait against the Ottoman shore batteries and mine defenses, it can threaten Constantinople directly. The Ottoman Empire, under direct threat to its capital, will be forced to sue for peace or collapse. Russia, isolated on its southern flank and desperate for warm water supply routes, will be relieved and resupplied. The Balkan states sitting nervously on the fence will be drawn into the Allied camp. The whole strategic situation of the war will be transformed. It is, as strategic conceptions go, genuinely brilliant in outline. The question that will haunt Winston Churchill for the rest of his life, is whether the outline survived contact with the reality of execution. In January of 1915, Winston presents the plan to the War Council. He is persuasive. He is always persuasive, especially when he has convinced himself, and he has convinced himself completely. The Navy, he argues, can do this alone. Naval gunfire and the weight of armored warships can suppress the Ottoman batteries, sweep the mines and force the passage. A purely naval operation, he insists, requiring no ground troops, carrying minimal risk. If it does not work, the fleet can simply turn around. What he does not acknowledge sufficiently, or perhaps does not see with sufficient clarity, is the doubt that exists within his own naval staff. Admiral Carden, the officer initially charged with the operation, has reservations that he expresses without quite managing to express them with the force they deserve, in the way that professional subordinates sometimes fail to push back hard enough against the momentum of a powerful civilian superior who wants very much to hear yes. The mines in the Dardanelles are more numerous and more dangerous than the naval planners have fully accounted for. The shore batteries are better protected than aerial reconnaissance suggests. The currents in the strait are treacherous. These are not trivial concerns. They are, as events will prove, decisive ones. On the 18th of March, 1915, a combined British and French fleet enters the Dardanelles in force. The warships advance up the strait under heavy fire from the shore batteries, and initially the operation proceeds with tolerable losses. Then the minefield does its work. 3 battleships are sunk. 3 more are seriously damaged. The fleet withdraws. The naval assault on the Dardanelles is over. It would be over, at any rate, if the decision had been made to stop at this point. Later analyses will suggest that the Ottoman defenses were, on that day, closer to exhaustion than the Allied commanders knew, that ammunition was running low, that morale was fragile, that one more determined push might have succeeded. But the naval commanders, looking at the losses of the 18th of March, do not know this. They see 3 battleships on the bottom of the strait and they stop. The decision is now made, and this is where the disaster metastasizes from a naval setback into a human catastrophe, to proceed with a land operation. Ground troops will be landed on the Gallipoli Peninsula, the long finger of land that forms the northern shore of the Dardanelles, and they will overwhelm the Ottoman defenses from the land side while the fleet renews its assault from the sea. It is a sound enough concept in principle. In execution it will become one of the bloodiest and most futile operations of the entire war. The problems begin before the first soldier lands on the beach. The planning is inadequate. The maps are poor. The intelligence about the terrain and the Ottoman defensive positions is incomplete. The commanders, General Sir Ian Hamilton, a gallant and intelligent officer who is nevertheless given insufficient forces and insufficient preparation time to make what is being asked of him practically achievable, are working with resources and timelines that do not match the scale of the task. The element of surprise, which might have compensated for some of these deficiencies, is squandered by the weeks of naval bombardment and the visible assembly of the invasion fleet. The Ottomans know a landing is coming. They have had time to prepare. On the 25th of April, 1915, the Allied forces land at Gallipoli. The men who wait ashore at Cape Helles and at what will become known as Anzac Cove, British, Australian, New Zealand, Indian and French soldiers, show a courage that is absolute and that the terrain and the defenses make almost entirely futile. The cliffs above the beaches are held by Ottoman soldiers commanded, with extraordinary skill and ferocious determination, by a colonel named Mustafa Kemal, the future Ataturk, the future founder of the Turkish Republic, making here the military reputation that will define his country's history. The Allies establish their beachheads at terrible cost and then find that they cannot advance. The war of attrition that the Dardanelles operation was designed to circumvent has simply relocated itself, from the mud of Flanders to the dust and flies and heat of the Aegean Peninsula. Through the spring and summer and autumn of 1915, men die at Gallipoli in the thousands. The Anzac troops dig into the hillsides and fight for yards of territory that changes hands and changes back and means nothing except the bodies it costs. Disease compounds the bullets. The supply situation is chronic. The flies are everywhere. The August offensive, which is meant to break the deadlock with a new landing at Suvla Bay, achieves surprise and then wastes it through the hesitancy of its commanders on the ground. The campaign drags on, consuming men and ships and ammunition and political credibility, and producing nothing that can be called victory or progress, or even the honest dignity of a well-managed defeat. In London, the political consequences of the Dardanelles are unfolding with a speed that is, in its way, as remorseless as the campaign itself. There is a cabinet crisis in May of 1915, precipitated partly by the Gallipoli difficulties and partly by a dispute over shell supply on the Western Front, and the result is the formation of a coalition government in which the Conservatives, who have spent the past decade as Winston Churchill's most bitter opponents, take several cabinet seats. The price they extract for their participation is Winston Churchill's removal from the Admiralty. He is 40 years old and he is finished. This is how it feels, and there is no point in pretending otherwise. The man who has driven himself since childhood with the energy of someone who believes he has no time to waste, who has fought on 4 continents and written a shelf of books and crossed the floor of Parliament and helped to transform British social policy and spent 3.5 years building the Navy into the finest fighting force afloat. This man is removed from his post, under the shadow of a catastrophe that bears his fingerprints, and replaced by a conservative placeholder, and the office that was made for him is no longer his. He is given, as consolation, the Chancellorship of the Duchy of Lancaster, a cabinet position without departmental responsibility, a place at the table without anything to do there. He attends the Dardanelles Committee and watches the campaign he conceived and cannot now control continue its agonized progress toward failure. He sits in meetings and offers opinions that are heard and not acted upon, which is, for Winston Churchill, a form of torture specifically calibrated to his particular psychology. He writes memoranda that are filed. He makes arguments that are noted and set aside. He is present and powerless, which is worse than absent. Clementine watches her husband during these months with the attention of a woman who loves him and is frightened for him. He is not well. The force that has always propelled him, that certainty, that forward momentum, has stalled, and in the stalling something is visible that is usually hidden, some underlying darkness that the motion normally keeps at bay. He does not eat properly. He does not sleep properly. He paces. He is, in the word he will use years later to describe the depression that visits him periodically throughout his life, under the black dog, the creature that sits on his chest and makes the world gray and purposeless and unbearable. He discovers painting. It is Clementine's sister-in-law, Lady Gwendoline Churchill, who puts a brush in his hand one afternoon in the summer of 1915 at a country house in Surrey, and the effect is immediate and extraordinary. He takes to it with the helpless enthusiasm of a natural talent who has found, entirely by accident, a medium perfectly suited to him. The physical act of mixing colors and applying them to canvas requires the total absorption of a mind that, when not totally absorbed, tends to consume itself. He cannot think about the Dardanelles when he is thinking about the precise color of the light on the water. He cannot rehearse the arguments of the War Council when he is trying to capture the shape of the trees against the sky. Painting becomes, and will remain for the rest of his life, his primary refuge from the pressures that his nature and his position conspire to generate. But it is not enough. He cannot paint his way back to purpose. And in November of 1915, when it becomes clear that he will not be given any meaningful role in the prosecution of the war from the government benches, Winston Churchill resigns from the cabinet, accepts a commission as a lieutenant colonel in the army, and goes to the Western Front. He commands the 6th Battalion of the Royal Scots Fusiliers in the Ploegsteert sector of Flanders, an area the soldiers call Plug Street, with the English Tommy's gift for making foreign place names pronounceable. He arrives at his battalion headquarters in a ruined convent and introduces himself to his officers with a characteristic speech that manages to be both entirely practical and entirely Churchillian. He tells them that his first order is that no man is to be killed by a rat or a louse, and that his second order is that the trenches are to be improved. He inspects everything. He visits the front line constantly, far more frequently than a battalion commander's duties strictly require, walking the communication trenches and the fire steps in the cold and the mud of a Flanders winter with a cheerfulness that his soldiers find simultaneously baffling and galvanizing. He is brave here, in the cold specific manner of the front line rather than the hot romantic manner of the cavalry charge. The courage is quieter, more considered, the courage of a man who chooses to be present in dangerous places because he believes in leading from the front and because, perhaps, the danger is the only thing that fully silences the voice of self-recrimination that the Dardanelles has installed in his interior life. He is under shell fire regularly. He goes into no man's land at night. He writes to Clementine with a vividness that makes the trenches real to her in their domestic detail. The mud, the rats, the smell, the cold, the sound of the shells, the particular quality of the silence between bombardments when the men sleep if they can. But he is not, in his own estimation or in the estimation of history, a battalion commander in Flanders. He is Winston Churchill, and Flanders is not his scale of operation. He corresponds from the front with politicians and journalists, keeps his hand in the political world, waits for the moment when his return to Westminster will become possible and necessary. He has not given up. He is never, in the deepest sense, capable of giving up. But he is serving out a sentence, doing the honorable thing by going where the fighting is, demonstrating that whatever his errors of judgment, he is not a man who sends others to die and finds excuses to be elsewhere himself. In May of 1916, with his battalion amalgamated with another and his command effectively dissolved by the logic of military reorganization, Winston returns to London. He takes his seat in the House of Commons as a backbencher and begins the long process of political rehabilitation, speaking in debates, writing articles, making himself heard on the conduct of the war with a persistent authority that is more impressive than it might seem given his current political standing, because the arguments he makes are well-grounded and because events, irritatingly for his critics, frequently prove him to have been right. But he is not back, not yet. The disaster of the Dardanelles clings to his reputation with the tenacity of something that will not be dislodged by argument or time alone. The inquiry into the campaign, when it finally reports, distributes blame more widely than its preliminary reception suggested it would. The naval and military commanders receive their share, the cabinet as a whole receives its share, the systemic failures of planning and intelligence receive their share. But Winston Churchill's fingerprints are on the conception, and the conception failed, and the failure cost tens of thousands of lives, and this is not the kind of thing that the political world forgives quickly or the public forgets easily. He will carry Gallipoli for the rest of his life. He will argue the case, in his memoir The World Crisis, in private conversations, in public speeches, that the conception was sound, that the execution failed, that with better commanders and more resources and less hesitation the Dardanelles could have been forced and the war shortened and hundreds of thousands of lives saved on the Western Front. There is genuine merit in these arguments. There is also, in the very passion with which he makes them, the unmistakable sound of a man who needs them to be true, who has staked too much of his identity on the strategy he conceived to be fully objective about where it failed. The truth, which is usually somewhere between the poles of prosecution and defense, is that the Dardanelles campaign was one of those historical moments where a genuinely innovative strategic idea was undermined by the gap between conception and execution, between the clarity of the map and the confusion of the actual terrain, between the boldness of the vision and the inadequacy of the means provided to realize it. Winston Churchill bears responsibility for pushing the idea with more force than its practical foundations warranted, for overriding doubts he should have taken more seriously, for allowing his own certainty to substitute for the rigorous professional analysis that the operation required. He is not alone in the failure. But he is not innocent of it either. And he knows this, in the private accounting that a man of his intelligence and his conscience cannot ultimately avoid, even as the public arguments continue. In the winter of 1916, sitting in the House of Commons as a backbencher while the war he helped to start and could not manage to shorten grinds on across the Channel, Winston Churchill is 42 years old. He is diminished, discredited, mistrusted. The political obituaries are being written. The men who have always doubted him are saying, not without satisfaction, that they were right to doubt him, that the brilliance was always more show than substance, that the recklessness they saw in the floor crossing and the cavalry charges and the Antwerp adventure has finally produced its natural result. They are wrong. But it will take time and more suffering, before they are proved wrong, and before the world comes to understand that what looks from one angle like the ruin of a career is from another, the making of the man who will be needed most when the darkest hour arrives. The wilderness is beginning. But wilderness, for those who endure it with their purpose intact, can also be a school. Chapter 5. Wilderness Years, Isolation, Warning and Vindication, 1917 to 1939. There is a particular kind of political exile that is worse than simple defeat, and Winston Churchill knows it intimately by the winter of 1916. It is not the exile of the man who has been beaten fairly and retires gracefully to await his moment. It is the exile of the man who was at the center of events, who held power and exercised it and watched it produce catastrophe, who now sits in the anteroom of history and listens to the decisions being made without him through walls he cannot penetrate. He is present in Westminster. He attends debates. He speaks from the backbench with an authority that his formal position no longer justifies. But he is not in the room where it happens, and for Winston Churchill, being outside that room is a condition that presses against his nature like a physical constraint. The war continues. The Somme offensive of 1916 has consumed 60,000 British casualties on its first day alone, a number so large that the mind flinches from it, that the imagination cannot fully accommodate it, and yet it is true, and the war goes on beyond it, and the trenches hold their positions, and the generals order more offensives, and more men go over the top into the machine gun fire, and the arithmetic of attrition accumulates toward a sum that will not be fully counted for years. Winston watches this from Westminster and from the pages of the newspapers and feels, with a clarity that is also a kind of torment, that the war is being fought in exactly the wrong way, that the strategy of frontal assault against prepared defenses is a strategy for consuming men rather than winning wars, and that there are alternatives which are not being pursued with sufficient imagination or sufficient will. He is not entirely without influence. He writes. He speaks. He cultivates relationships with the newspaper editors and the proprietors, Lords Beaverbrook and Rothermere and Northcliffe, the press barons of the age, who between them own the newspapers that most of Britain reads over breakfast and whose support is a form of political power that operates outside the formal structures of Westminster. He becomes, in these wilderness years, a student of the mechanisms of influence that exist outside the cabinet room. The speech, the article, the carefully placed conversation, the friendship maintained across party lines. He is learning at 42 the arts of the political survivor. In December of 1916, Herbert Asquith falls. The coalition government that has been managing the war with increasing inadequacy is replaced by a new coalition under David Lloyd George, the Welsh wizard, the man of the people, the most naturally gifted politician of his generation. Lloyd George becomes Prime Minister and sets about reshaping the conduct of the war with the volcanic energy that is his most distinctive characteristic. He creates a small war cabinet. He overrides the generals when his own judgment tells him they are wrong. He drives the adoption of the convoy system to counter the German submarine campaign that is threatening to strangle Britain's Atlantic supply lines. He is, in these respects, exactly what the crisis requires. He does not, initially, include Winston Churchill in his government. The conservative members of the coalition will not have it. The Dardanelles is too fresh, the distrust too deep, the calculation of political cost too plain. Lloyd George acknowledges this with regret. He genuinely values Winston's ability, and their friendship, though tested by the events of the past 2 years, remains real, and promises that the moment will come when the appointment can be made. The moment comes in July of 1917. Lloyd George brings Winston Churchill back into government as Minister of Munitions, and the appointment provokes the response that Lloyd George expected: fury from the Conservatives, outrage in the press, a reopening of all the Dardanelles wounds. But Lloyd George holds his nerve, and Winston arrives at the Ministry of Munitions and demonstrates, within weeks, that the fury was misplaced and the appointment was right. The Ministry of Munitions is an enormous administrative enterprise. It employs over 2 million workers. It manages the production of shells and guns and aeroplanes and all the material infrastructure of industrial warfare, and it has been run with bureaucratic complexity that has accumulated during 3 years of wartime improvisation into something that no one person fully understands. Winston attacks it with characteristic method. He reorganizes, he simplifies, he creates clear lines of authority, he identifies the bottlenecks in production and applies resources to removing them. He visits the factories on the Clyde and in the Midlands, talks to the workers as he talked to the sailors, with the direct, unglamorized attention of a man who is genuinely interested in what they know and what they need. Output increases. The system works better. He is also, in these final years of the war, thinking about the technology of the future. The tank, which British and French forces have begun to use on the Western Front with initial results that are promising but not yet decisive, has been a project Winston championed from the earliest stages of the war, when he was at the Admiralty and used naval funds to develop what were called landships, armored vehicles that could cross the trenches and carry fighting men through wire and over broken ground that would stop infantry in the open. He understands, ahead of most of his contemporaries, that the age of the cavalry charge is truly over and that the age of the armored vehicle is beginning. He pushes for tanks to be produced in greater numbers and concentrated in greater masses than the military commanders have yet attempted, arguing that the decisive use of armor will require the kind of concentration that produces a breakthrough rather than the piecemeal deployment that produces only local advantage. The war ends on the 11th of November, 1918. The guns stop. The silence that falls over the Western Front is described by the men who hear it as one of the most extraordinary sounds they have ever experienced. The sound of 4 years of continuous noise suddenly ceasing, the world returning to a quiet that nobody under 30 can quite remember. Winston is in France on the day the armistice is signed, and he hears the guns stop, and he feels something that is not simply relief or joy but something more complicated, the weight of all the dead, the consciousness of how much has been spent and lost, the knowledge that the peace now beginning will have to be built on foundations that the war has broken, and that building it well will require a wisdom and a generosity that the victorious powers may not possess. He is, in 1918 and 19, Secretary of State for War and then Secretary of State for Air, managing the demobilization of the enormous wartime military forces, a process of extraordinary complexity that he navigates with reasonable competence, though not without incident. He is also in these years, obsessed with a new threat that most of his colleagues are not yet ready to take seriously. The Bolshevik Revolution in Russia has brought Lenin to power, and Winston Churchill looks at the new Soviet state with a revulsion that is absolute and unambiguous and that he expresses as he expresses most things, without modulation or diplomatic qualification. He campaigns, with a passion that his cabinet colleagues find embarrassing and counterproductive, for Allied intervention in the Russian Civil War to support the white forces fighting the Bolsheviks. He argues that Bolshevism is a disease of civilization, a tyranny more absolute and more systematically cruel than anything that Tsar's regime produced, and that the Western powers have both the interest and the moral obligation to strangle it in its cradle. His rhetoric on the subject is extreme even by his own standards. He calls Bolshevism a plague, a pestilence, a destruction of everything that human civilization has built. Lloyd George privately finds Winston's anti-Bolshevik fever excessive and politically costly. The intervention fails. The white forces are defeated. The Soviet state consolidates its power. And Winston Churchill has spent enormous political capital on a cause that has been lost, adding another entry to the ledger of his controversial judgments. The 1920s begin with a political landscape remade by the war. The Liberal Party, which has been the vehicle of Winston's political career for the past 2 decades, is fracturing, split between the Asquith and Lloyd George factions, bleeding support to a Labour Party that is growing with the extension of the franchise and the political awakening of the working class. The coalition government lurches on until 1922, when the Conservatives withdraw their support and Lloyd George falls, and in the general election that follows Winston Churchill loses his seat at Dundee. He has also, during the campaign, been taken to hospital for an emergency appendix operation, and he campaigns from his sickbed with a ferocity that does not, in the end, avail him. He is defeated by a prohibitionist candidate. He is 47 years old and he is, for the first time since 1900, without a seat in Parliament. He is also, for a moment that he will later describe with characteristic self-deprecating wit, without a party. He notes that in the space of a few weeks he has lost his appendix, his seat, and his government, and that he is left without an office, without a party, without a seat, and without an appendix. The appendix, he adds, was the least of the losses. He retreats to Chartwell. Chartwell is the house in the Kent countryside that Winston and Clementine have purchased in 1922, a manor house of modest grandeur set in the rolling hills of the Weald, and it will be his home, his refuge, and his creative center for the rest of his life. He buys it over Clementine's reservations. The finances of the Churchill household are always more precarious than their style of living suggests, and the house requires substantial renovation that they can barely afford. But Winston has seen Chartwell and wanted it with a completeness that overrides financial calculation, and Chartwell it is. He builds at Chartwell. This is not a metaphor, he literally builds, laying bricks with his own hands, constructing walls and a cottage and a swimming pool in the garden, learning the craft of bricklaying with the same systematic application he has brought to every physical skill he has attempted. He is a member of the Bricklayers' Union. He finds in the physical work the same quality of total absorption he finds in painting. The bricks demand his complete attention, each course leveled and plumbed, the mortar mixed to the right consistency, the wall rising course by course through the Kent afternoons. He paints at Chartwell too, in the studio he has built for the purpose, producing landscapes and still lives with a skill and a sensitivity that would be remarkable in a professional artist and is extraordinary in a man whose primary vocation is elsewhere entirely. He also writes. He writes with the productive urgency of a man who needs the income. The house is expensive, the lifestyle is expensive, there are children to educate and staff to maintain and the social obligations of a public figure that cannot simply be shed, and who is also constitutionally incapable of not writing, who has been processing his experience through language since the Cuban hillside in 1895 and cannot stop now. The World Crisis, his history of the First World War, appears in 5 volumes between 1923 and 1931. It is a massive work, personal and analytical by turns, combining the immediacy of memoir with the sweep of history, defending his own decisions with vigor and examining the decisions of others with a candor that makes it, at various points, deeply uncomfortable reading for the men whose choices it examines. He returns to Parliament in 1924, winning the seat of Epping as a constitutionalist, an independent conservative, not yet formally readmitted to the party he left 20 years before. And then, in the general election of November 1924, Stanley Baldwin's Conservatives win a substantial majority, and Baldwin makes a decision that surprises almost everyone in British politics, including, possibly, Winston Churchill himself. He appoints Winston Chancellor of the Exchequer. It is the office his father held and lost. It is the second great office of state, the summit of domestic policy, the position from which the economic life of Britain is managed. Winston accepts with the gratitude of a man restored to the dignity he feared he might have lost permanently, and he moves into number 11 Downing Street and sets about the business of managing the national finances with the same energetic intelligence he has brought to everything else. His tenure at the Exchequer will produce one decision for which history judges him harshly, the return to the gold standard in 1925, at the pre-war parity of the pound to the dollar. It is a decision taken on the advice of the Treasury officials and the Governor of the Bank of England, and in alignment with the broadly held orthodoxy of the financial establishment, but it is also Winston's decision, and its consequences are real. The pound, returned to its pre-war value, is overvalued relative to the actual state of the British economy, making British exports more expensive and less competitive, contributing to the deflation and unemployment that characterized the late 1920s in Britain. John Maynard Keynes attacks the decision in a famous pamphlet with a directness that Winston receives with more equanimity than Keynes perhaps expects, and subsequent economic historians broadly agree with Keynes. Winston will later admit that the gold standard decision was a mistake. He admits it with the particular candor of a man who has made enough mistakes to have developed a reasonable working relationship with the concept. But in 1925, standing at the dispatch box and defending the budget with all the parliamentary skill at his command, he does not yet know what the error will cost. The 1920s end and the 1930s begin, and with them comes the full onset of the Great Depression, the economic catastrophe that follows the Wall Street crash of 1929 and spreads through the Western economies with the thoroughness of a flood, destroying businesses and jobs and the savings of the middle class and the confidence of governments. The national government under Ramsay MacDonald and then Stanley Baldwin manages the crisis with the tools of fiscal orthodoxy, cutting spending, balancing budgets, maintaining confidence in the currency, and Winston Churchill, who has by now drifted back to the backbench through his own independence of mind and a series of policy disagreements, watches and criticizes and argues and is, in the main, not listened to. He is in the wilderness again. But this wilderness is different from the wilderness of 1916. He is older now, 55 and then 56 and then 57, and the energy is still there, but it is informed by a deeper patience, a harder-won understanding of what he can and cannot control. He has Chartwell. He has Clementine. He has his painting and his bricklaying and his enormous circle of friends and correspondence and the books he is always in the middle of writing. He has 5 volumes of The World Crisis and Now My Early Life, the memoir of his youth and adventures published in 1930, which is possibly the most purely enjoyable book he ever wrote, vivid and funny and self-deprecating in a way that the great official histories are not, full of the pleasure he takes in his own extraordinary story. And then Germany changes. Adolf Hitler becomes Chancellor of Germany on the 30th of January, 1933, and Winston Churchill, reading the reports from Berlin with the attention of a man who has been studying the pathology of European politics for 40 years, understands immediately what this means. He has read Mein Kampf. He has followed the rise of the Nazi movement through the political convulsions of the Weimar Republic. He knows what Hitler has said about Germany's need for living space, about the Jews, about the Versailles settlement that humiliated Germany and created the resentment that the Nazis have harvested into power. He knows what it means when a movement built on racial hatred and national grievance and the explicit rejection of the democratic order takes control of the most powerful nation in continental Europe. He begins to say so. In the House of Commons, in newspaper articles, in speeches and broadcasts, Winston Churchill begins in 1933 the campaign that will define his wilderness years and eventually, at enormous cost, against enormous resistance, prove him to have been right when everyone around him preferred to believe otherwise. The warning is consistent and specific. Germany is rearming, in violation of the Versailles Treaty, at a pace and scale that the British government is either not tracking or not acknowledging. The German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, which is forbidden under Versailles but is being built anyway, in secret and then less secretly, is growing at a rate that will, within a calculable number of years, give Germany air superiority over Britain. The British response to this threat is inadequate. The RAF is being allowed to fall behind. The army is not being prepared. The political will to confront the German threat is absent because the British public, traumatized by the losses of the Great War, wants peace desperately and is prepared to believe, against the evidence, that peace is available. He is not believed. Or rather, and this is the more precise formulation, he is heard and not acted upon, which in the political context amounts to the same thing. The Baldwin government and then the Chamberlain government that succeeds it are operating under pressures that are real even if their responses to those pressures are wrong. Public opinion is specific. The Dominions are not prepared to fight another European war. The military is underfunded and underprepared. The Treasury insists that rearmament on the scale Winston proposes would bankrupt the country. And there is, in all of this, a genuine hope, perhaps the most human thing about the men who oppose Winston's warnings, that Hitler might be managed, that the German grievances might be accommodated within a revised European order, that the catastrophe of 1914-18 need not, this time, recur. Winston is not unsympathetic to this hope. He understands it. He simply believes it is wrong, and he says so, with the clarity that has always been both his greatest political asset and his most consistent political liability. He obtains intelligence from sources within the government, civil servants and military officers who share his alarm and who pass him figures and assessments that are not available to ordinary backbenchers. And he uses this intelligence to make his case in Parliament with a factual precision that the government finds impossible to dismiss easily, even as it declines to act upon it. His personal life in these years is a mixture of public defeat and private richness. He travels to the United States, where he is nearly killed by a taxicab in New York in 1931 when he looks the wrong way crossing Fifth Avenue, emerging from the hospital with a broken nose and 2 cracked ribs and the characteristic observation that American taxi drivers are not to be underestimated. He lectures on the American circuit, speaking to audiences in city after city about the state of Europe and the nature of the threat, earning the money that Chartwell constantly requires. He paints in Morocco and in the south of France, where the light is different from England and the colors richer and the distance from Westminster politics temporarily merciful. He writes Marlborough, his life and times, the 4-volume biography of his great ancestor John Churchill, 1st Duke of Marlborough, the commander of Blenheim and Ramillies and the other great victories of the early 18th century. It is the most sustained piece of historical scholarship he ever undertakes, and it is magnificent, a full-scale military and political biography of the kind that only someone who is both a historian and a practitioner of the subjects can write, full of the understanding of how military campaigns are actually commanded and how political coalitions are actually maintained. He works on it at Chartwell, in the study surrounded by his books and his files and the view of the Kentish Weald, dictating to his secretaries in the late evenings after dinner, the words coming fast and fluent, shaped in his mind before they reach the page. He also makes mistakes in these years, significant ones, that his admirers sometimes prefer to pass over quickly. His position on Indian independence is one. Winston opposes the movement toward Indian self-government with a vehemence that reflects, honestly and uncomfortably, the limits of his political imagination when it comes to empire. He sees India through the lens of his subaltern years in Bangalore and his frontier campaigns, as a country requiring British administration, as a civilizational project rather than a colonial exploitation, and his opposition to the India Bill of 1935 is conducted with an energy and a stubbornness that isolates him further from the mainstream of conservative opinion and contributes to the sense, among the party leadership, that he is a man whose judgment cannot be trusted on matters of imperial policy. His defense of Edward VIII during the abdication crisis of 1936 is another stumble. Edward, who wishes to marry the twice-divorced American Wallis Simpson and is being pressed by Baldwin and the establishment to choose between the throne and the woman, finds in Winston Churchill one of his few prominent defenders. Winston argues, with romantic excess and against the weight of constitutional reality, that the king should be given more time, that the people should be consulted, that the rush to resolve the crisis is unfair to the monarch. He makes a speech in the Commons in Edward's defense that is shouted down, one of the very few occasions in his parliamentary career when the chamber turns against him with something approaching physical force. He misjudges badly, allowing personal sympathy for Edward and a characteristic instinct to defend the underdog to override his usually sound political intelligence. But through all of this, through the Indian question and the abdication and the financial difficulties and the personal political isolation, the German question remains, and on the German question Winston Churchill is right, and the rightness accumulates force with every year that passes. Hitler remilitarizes the Rhineland in 1936. He annexes Austria in March of 1938. He demands and, through the Munich Agreement of September 1938, obtains the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia, with Britain and France as the acquiescing powers, Chamberlain returning from Munich with his famous piece of paper and his famous declaration of peace in our time. Winston rises in the House of Commons and delivers a judgment that will be quoted for as long as there are people who read about this period. He tells the chamber that Britain had a choice between war and dishonor and chose dishonor, and that it will have war. The chamber does not receive this well. Chamberlain's supporters are in the majority, and the mood of the country after Munich is genuinely and overwhelmingly relief. The relief of a population that saw war approaching and saw it turned aside, that wants to believe in the piece of paper, that needs to believe in it, that is not yet ready to hear the man in the corner of the room saying that the relief is premature and the danger real and the reckoning merely postponed. But the reckoning comes. In March of 1939, Hitler occupies the remainder of Czechoslovakia, the part he was not given at Munich, the part that no plausible argument about German ethnic self-determination could justify absorbing. Chamberlain, whose policy of appeasement has been built on the assumption that Hitler's demands are finite and negotiable, finds that the assumption is wrong. Guarantees are issued to Poland. The diplomatic temperature rises through the summer of 1939, and the intelligence coming in from across Europe has the character of a gathering storm that those who lived through 1914 can recognize, because they have seen this sky before. On the 1st of September 1939, Germany invades Poland. Britain and France issue their ultimatums. On the 3rd of September, the ultimatums expire. Chamberlain speaks to the nation by radio in a voice that carries the weight of personal defeat as much as national crisis. He has worked for peace, he says. He has worked hard for peace, and everything he worked for has come to nothing. Britain is at war. That same day, Neville Chamberlain asks Winston Churchill to join the cabinet. He offers him the Admiralty, the same office he held in 1914, the office from which he was removed in 1915 under the shadow of the Dardanelles. Winston accepts. A signal is sent to the fleet, the same fleet he spent 3 years preparing 25 years ago, the fleet he never entirely stopped thinking about in all the years between. The signal reads, Winston is back. He is 64 years old. He has been in political exile on and off for most of 2 decades. He has warned and been ignored and warned again and been ignored again, and now the thing he warned about has arrived, exactly as he said it would, and the country that declined to listen is at war, exactly as he said it would be. He is not triumphant. He does not gloat. He is, by the accounts of those who see him in these first days of September 1939, something more complex than triumphant. He is a man who has been waiting for a moment he knew was coming and who feels, beneath the weight of what must now be done, a grim and total readiness. The wilderness years are over. The hour he was made for has arrived. And Winston Churchill, older and slower and wiser than the young man who charged at Omdurman and escaped from Pretoria and argued for the Dardanelles, but no less burning, no less driven, no less absolutely certain of his own appointment with history, walks back into the Admiralty and sits down at his desk. The second great war of his lifetime is beginning. And this time he will not be removed. Chapter 6. Britain's Darkest Hour, Becoming Prime Minister, 1940. The winter of 1939 to 1940 is known, with the slightly bitter humor that the English deploy in the face of things they cannot control, as the phony war. It is a war in which very little, on the Western Front at least, appears to be happening. The French army sits behind the Maginot Line, that vast and enormously expensive fortification running along the Franco-German border, and the British Expeditionary Forces in France, and the German army is on the other side of the border, and the two sides look at each other across the winter landscape and do not, in the main, attack. There are patrols. There are occasional exchanges of fire. There are bombing raids that drop leaflets rather than explosives, a gesture towards psychological warfare that the recipients find more insulting than frightening. But there is no great offensive, no decisive movement, no clear sign that the titanic clash everyone expects is imminent. Winston Churchill, back at the Admiralty, is not deceived by this stillness. He has read too much military history, has thought too long and too carefully about the nature of the German military machine and the strategic logic driving it, to believe that the quiet will last. He knows that the German High Command is planning, that the pause is not paralysis but preparation, and that when the blow falls it will fall with a speed and a force that will test the Allied response to its limits. He is restless at the Admiralty in the way he was restless there 25 years before, managing the naval war with competence and energy, dealing with the submarine threat in the Atlantic, directing the blockade, thinking about Scandinavia and the iron ore routes that supply the German war economy, but always aware that the decisive action is not yet joined, that the crisis is still gathering, that the moment of maximum danger has not yet arrived. At sea the war is real and immediate and costly. The German U-boats are in the Atlantic from the first day, hunting the convoys that carry the food and oil and raw materials without which Britain cannot function. The Royal Navy is stretched across the oceans of the world, managing the global responsibilities of an empire while simultaneously protecting the home waters and the vital Atlantic lifeline. It is an enormous task, and Winston drives it with the sleepless urgency that his staff both admires and fears, the minutes flowing from his desk at all hours, the demands for information and explanation arriving before dawn, the telephone calls that punctuate the night with questions that require immediate answers. There is one episode in the early months of the war that catches the public imagination and gives Winston Churchill something he urgently needs: the currency of a successful story. The German pocket battleship Graf Spee has been raiding Allied shipping in the South Atlantic with devastating efficiency, sinking 9 merchant ships before a British naval squadron catches her off the coast of Uruguay in December of 1939. The Battle of the River Plate is, by the standards of what is coming, a relatively modest engagement. The Graf Spee is damaged and takes refuge in Montevideo harbor, and her captain, rather than face the British ships waiting outside, scuttles her. But it is a victory, clean and comprehensible and complete, and in the gray months of the phony war a clean victory is worth more than its tactical significance alone. Winston celebrates it publicly with a relish that communicates itself to the public, and the public responds, "Here is a man who sounds like he means to win, who takes visible pleasure in the defeat of the enemy, who speaks about the war with the confidence of someone who believes it can and will be won." He is also, in these months, a member of the War Cabinet, attending the daily meetings at which the conduct of the war is discussed and decided. Neville Chamberlain chairs these meetings with the careful legalistic precision of a man more comfortable with the mechanisms of administration than with the dynamics of crisis, and Winston participates with an energy and a frequency of contribution that the Prime Minister finds, at various points, excessive. There is a tension in the War Cabinet between these two men that goes beyond policy disagreement. It is a tension of temperament, of historical vision, of fundamental understanding of what the war is and what it requires. Chamberlain sees a crisis to be managed. Churchill sees a fight to be won. Norway becomes the crisis that breaks the government. In April of 1940, Germany invades Denmark and Norway simultaneously, with the speed and coordination that is becoming the signature of the Wehrmacht's operational style. Denmark falls in a day. Norway resists, and the British and French, who have been planning their own Scandinavian operation and are caught partly in the act of implementing it when the Germans strike, mount a counter-operation that is, from the beginning, hampered by poor planning, inadequate forces, confused command arrangements, and the fundamental problem that the Germans got there first and in greater strength. The Norwegian campaign is a failure. British forces land, fight, and are withdrawn. The port of Narvik is taken and then evacuated. The strategic objective, denying Germany the iron ore routes through Norwegian waters, is not achieved. It is, in miniature, a repetition of a pattern that students of Winston Churchill's career will recognize, a bold strategic conception undermined by inadequate means and confused execution. But here the parallel with the Dardanelles diverges in a crucial way. The Dardanelles destroyed Winston Churchill politically. Norway destroys Neville Chamberlain. The reasons for this reversal of political fortune are complex and not entirely fair. Winston is more responsible for the Norwegian operation than the House of Commons fully understands when it turns on the Prime Minister. But politics is not always fair, and the House of Commons in May of 1940 is not in the mood for careful attribution of individual blame. It is in the mood for a reckoning. The debate on the Norwegian campaign takes place in the House of Commons on the 7th and 8th of May, 1940. It is one of the great parliamentary debates in British history, not because of the procedural stakes, which are technically limited to a vote on the adjournment, but because of what everyone in the chamber understands it to actually be, which is a verdict on whether Neville Chamberlain should continue as Prime Minister. The speeches are extraordinary. Leo Amery, a senior conservative with no particular animus toward Chamberlain, rises and quotes Cromwell's words to the Long Parliament, words that no one in the chamber needs to have explained to them. "You have sat too long here for any good you have been doing," Cromwell told that Parliament. "Depart, I say, and let us have done with you. In the name of God, go." The chamber receives this in something close to silence, the silence of a recognition too complete for noise. Chamberlain's majority is slashed. He wins the vote, but winning it means nothing, because the size of the rebellion within his own party makes it plain that he cannot continue with the confidence of Parliament. He must either form a national government with Labour participation, or he must resign. He tries to form the national government. He approaches the Labour leadership. Clement Attlee, the Labour leader, takes the question to his party's executive, which is meeting in Bournemouth, and brings back the answer that everyone who understands the situation expected. Labour will serve in a national government, but not under Chamberlain. There must be a new Prime Minister. The two names under serious consideration are Winston Churchill and Lord Halifax. Halifax is the Foreign Secretary, a tall, austere, deeply intelligent man of the Anglican establishment, a former Viceroy of India, a man whose personal integrity is unquestioned and whose political instincts are, at this particular moment in history, catastrophically wrong. Halifax believes, he will continue to believe through the events of the next 2 weeks, that a negotiated peace with Germany through Italian mediation may be possible and preferable to a war that Britain, in her current state of military preparedness, may not be able to win. He is not a coward. He is not a fool. He is a man who looks at the military balance with clear eyes and concludes that the arithmetic does not favor Britain, and who draws from this conclusion the implication that terms should be sought before the position deteriorates further. On the afternoon of the 9th of May 1940, Chamberlain meets with Halifax and Churchill in the cabinet room. He effectively asks them which of them should succeed him. There is a silence that has become one of the most famous in British political history, a silence in which the course of the war and perhaps the course of the century hangs in the balance. Halifax speaks first. He explains, with a careful reasonableness that masks the enormity of what he is declining, that a Prime Minister in the House of Lords, Halifax sits in the upper chamber, would be in an impossible position, that Churchill would have to be the real leader in the Commons, that the arrangement would not work. He is removing himself from consideration. He is, in the judgment of history, making a decision that will prove either the wisest or the most consequential act of self-abnegation in modern British political life. Winston says nothing. He has been advised by his political ally Brendan Bracken to say nothing, to let the silence work for him, to resist the instinct to fill the room with words and argument and let the fact of Halifax's hesitation do its own work. He sits and says nothing, and the silence extends, and when it ends the meeting ends, and the thing is essentially decided, though not yet formally so. On the evening of the 9th of May, the news comes that the German offensive in the west has begun. The Wehrmacht has crossed into the Low Countries, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and the great attack that everyone knew was coming has arrived. Chamberlain, receiving this news, briefly considers whether a change of government in a moment of active crisis is wise, whether he should stay on after all. He is persuaded, by colleagues and by the logic of the situation, that this reasoning is backwards, that the crisis makes the change more necessary, not less, that precisely because the situation is desperate it requires the leadership that he has demonstrated he cannot provide. On the morning of the 10th of May 1940, Winston Churchill is summoned to Buckingham Palace and invited by King George VI to form a government. The king, who has his own reservations about Churchill, who would, if honest, have preferred Halifax, receives him with the careful correctness of a constitutional monarch doing his duty, and Winston receives the invitation with the gravity of a man who has been preparing for this moment, in some sense, for his entire life. He is 65 years old. He has been in public life for 40 years. He has been a soldier and a journalist and a cabinet minister and a backbencher and a biographer and a painter and a bricklayer and a father and a husband, and now he is Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, First Lord of the Treasury, Minister of Defense, the man responsible for the conduct of a war that, on the day he takes office, is already going badly wrong. He will describe in his memoirs what he feels that night. Not triumph, not elation, but something more somber and more complete. He writes that he felt as if he were walking with destiny, that all his past life had been but a preparation for this hour and this trial. He sleeps well. He has always been able to sleep well, even in the worst moments, even in the trenches, a talent that he regards as one of the more practical gifts his constitution has given him. He sleeps well on the night of the 10th of May 1940, while the German army advances through the Ardennes. He forms his government quickly and with a decisive inclusiveness that announces immediately that this will not be a party administration. Clement Attlee and Arthur Greenwood come into the War Cabinet as Labour members. Chamberlain stays, to his surprise and genuine gratitude, as Lord President of the Council. Halifax remains as Foreign Secretary. Churchill builds a broad coalition because he understands that the war cannot be won by a fraction of the nation. It must be won by all of it, and the government must reflect that totality. And then the news from France begins to arrive, and it is worse than almost anyone, including Winston Churchill, had anticipated. The German plan, Operation Sichelschnitt, the cut of the sickle, is a stroke of operational genius that the Allied commanders have failed to predict and are, in the first catastrophic days, failing to counter. While the main Allied forces, including the British Expeditionary Force, move north into Belgium in response to the German advance there, the main German armored thrust is driving through the Ardennes, the dense forest and broken terrain that the French High Command has assessed as impassable for tanks, an assessment that is proving, in the most terrible way, to be wrong. 7 panzer divisions cross the Meuse at Sedan and pour into the rear of the Allied position, racing west toward the Channel coast. If they reach it, they will cut the Allied armies in two, trapping the British and the best of the French in a pocket in Belgium with their backs to the sea. Winston is receiving these reports at all hours, and the picture they form is of a catastrophe unfolding at a speed that makes response almost impossible. He flies to Paris on the 16th of May and finds, in the ornate offices of the French High Command, something that shocks even him. The French generals are, in effect, already beaten in their minds. Gamelin, the French commander, tells him that the strategic reserve, the force held back to meet exactly the kind of breakthrough that has just occurred, does not exist. When Winston asks where it is, Gamelin spreads his hands. There is no strategic reserve. The French army, for all its size and its reputation and its magnificent fortifications, has been outthought and outmaneuvered and is beginning the psychological process of defeat even while the battle is still nominally in progress. Winston returns to London and begins to manage the unmanageable. He is on the telephone to Paris constantly, urging resistance, demanding counterattacks, insisting with a persistence that borders on desperation that the situation can still be retrieved if the French will only fight. He is also simultaneously managing the politics of the war cabinet, where Halifax is beginning, carefully and with the elaborate procedural courtesy of a man who understands that he is proposing something his colleagues may find difficult, to raise the question of whether approaches should be made to Mussolini, who is not yet in the war, to explore whether a negotiated settlement with Germany might be available. The discussions in the War Cabinet between the 26th and the 28th of May 1940 are among the most consequential ever held in that room, and they are held while the evacuation of Dunkirk is beginning on the beaches of northern France. Halifax's position is not simple cowardice or defeatism. It is a reasoned assessment that Britain's military position is critical, that the French are collapsing, that the BEF may be lost, and that in these circumstances exploring terms costs nothing and might avoid a complete catastrophe. He makes the case with the careful intelligence he always brings to his arguments. Winston's response across 3 days of cabinet meetings is the response of a man who understands something that Halifax does not, or rather, understands it differently. He does not dispute the military facts. He knows the military position is dire. He knows the BEF is in danger. He knows France is collapsing. He accepts all of this and draws from it a conclusion diametrically opposite to Halifax's. The conclusion is that in these circumstances approaching Hitler for terms would destroy the one thing that cannot be recovered once lost: the will to resist. Once you begin to negotiate from weakness with a man who respects only strength, you have already lost, because the terms you will receive will reflect not your position but his contempt for it, and accepting them will demoralize the country to the point where continued resistance becomes psychologically impossible. On the 28th of May, Winston calls a meeting not of the formal war cabinet but of the full cabinet, the outer cabinet, the 25 ministers who are not in the inner circle but who represent the collective government of the country. He speaks to them without notes, and what he says is reported by those present as one of the most extraordinary speeches of his career, which is saying something. He tells them the situation plainly. He does not deceive them about the danger. He tells them that he has considered whether it might be right to seek terms. And then he tells them that it would be idle to think that if we tried to make peace now we should get better terms than if we fought it out. The Germans would demand the fleet, the naval bases, the effective control of British foreign policy. We should become a slave state. And he tells them that he is convinced that every man of them would rise up and tear him down from his place if he were for one moment to contemplate parley or surrender. If this Long Island story of ours is to end at last, let it end only when each one of us lies choking in his own blood upon the ground. The cabinet responds with a spontaneity that surprises even Winston. The ministers crowd around him, slap his back, shake his hands, several of them with tears on their faces. It is not, strictly speaking, a formal decision. But it is a decision nonetheless, made in the deepest available chamber of collective will, and when Halifax raises the question of negotiations in the War Cabinet again the following day, the moment has passed. The country has chosen, through its representatives in that room, to fight. Meanwhile, on the beaches of Dunkirk, the evacuation is taking place that will become one of the defining myths of the British war experience. Operation Dynamo, the rescue of the British Expeditionary Force from the beaches of northern France, runs from the 26th of May to the 4th of June, and it lifts 338,000 men off the beaches and into the boats and back to England. It is achieved by the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force and by the fleet of small civilian vessels, the little ships, the fishing boats and pleasure craft and Thames ferries whose owners sail them across the Channel in answer to the Admiralty's call. And it is, by any military measure, a defeat. An army has lost all its equipment and been driven from the continent. But the men are saved, and the men are what matter, and the operation is conducted with a skill and a courage and a collective effort that gives the country something to hold on to in a moment when holding on is the only available strategy. Winston speaks to the House of Commons on the 4th of June, the day the evacuation ends. He tells them what has happened, clearly and without false comfort. He tells them that wars are not won by evacuations. And then he delivers the speech that will, of everything he ever says in his long life, come closest to defining what he was and what he believed and what his country needed to hear in that particular hour. He tells them that the British army will fight on the beaches, fight on the landing grounds, fight in the fields and in the streets and in the hills, that they will never surrender. And even if the island itself were subjugated and starving, the empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, would carry on the struggle until, in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, steps forth to the rescue and liberation of the old. The words go out over the radio and into the living rooms and the factories and the pubs and the kitchen tables of Britain, and they do what words, in the right moment and the right voice, can actually do. They change the emotional reality of the situation. They do not change the military facts. The military facts remain appalling. France is about to fall. The Wehrmacht is preparing to follow up Dunkirk with the invasion of the British mainland. The RAF is outnumbered. The army has left its equipment on the beaches of France. The Americans are not in the war. Britain stands, in the most literal available sense, alone. But the words give the fact of standing alone a different quality than it would otherwise have. They make it not a description of helplessness but a statement of defiance. They make the aloneness something chosen rather than something suffered, and in that choosing, or rather in the national acceptance of that framing, they create the psychological conditions under which the fight can continue. France falls on the 22nd of June 1940, and the armistice that the French sign with Germany leaves Britain without an ally on the continent and facing the full military power of Nazi Germany across 21 miles of English Channel. Winston addresses the nation again on the 18th of June, before the formal French collapse. He tells them that the Battle of France is over and the Battle of Britain is about to begin, and that upon the performance of that battle depends the survival of Christian civilization and the long continuity of British life. He tells them that they must so bear themselves that if the British Empire and Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour. The finest hour. The phrase enters the language as completely as any phrase in the English tongue, and it does so because it offers to a frightened and exhausted people not merely the comfort of fine words but the possibility of a heroic identity, the possibility of understanding their own predicament not as victimhood but as opportunity, not as the end of something but as the beginning of something that will define them for generations. Through July and August and September of 1940, the Battle of Britain is fought in the skies above southern England. The Luftwaffe attacks the RAF's airfields and radar stations and fighter squadrons in an attempt to achieve the air superiority without which an invasion of Britain is impossible. The RAF fights back with the aircraft and pilots it has, and it is not enough and almost enough simultaneously. The losses on both sides are severe, the margins are terrifyingly thin, and there are weeks in August when the attrition of pilots and aircraft and damaged airfields is bringing fighter command to the edge of what it can sustain. Winston visits the operations rooms, watches the plotting tables, understands the mathematics of the battle with a clarity that fills him, in private, with a dread he does not allow his public manner to reflect. He speaks of the pilots. He speaks of them in the House of Commons on the 20th of August, in a speech that contains the line that will outlast almost everything else he says in these months. Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few. It is characteristic Churchill, the Gibbonian sweep of the construction, the compression of an enormous truth into a small number of precisely chosen words, the making permanent of a transient moment of collective experience. The pilots of the RAF become, in these 8 words, not merely skilled young men fighting a desperate defensive action, but the inheritors of a long tradition of British courage, the latest chapter in an island story that Churchill has been reading and writing all his life. The battle turns. The Luftwaffe, unable to destroy fighter command in the air, shifts to the bombing of London and the other great cities. The Blitz, which begins on the 7th of September and continues through the winter, killing tens of thousands of civilians, destroying great areas of London and Coventry and Plymouth and Liverpool and the other targets the German bombers reach in the long autumn and winter nights. Winston visits the bombed areas, walks through the rubble, is seen by the crowds who gather wherever he appears, and the response to his presence is one of the most extraordinary things of these extraordinary months. The people who have lost their homes and in some cases their families reach out to him, call out to him, wave to him, and he receives this with a complex emotion that he makes no attempt to disguise, his eyes frequently wet, his face open in a way that his public manner rarely permits. He is not performing grief. He is not performing solidarity. He is genuinely moved in the deepest available sense by the courage of ordinary people in impossible circumstances. The people who go back to work in the morning after the bombing of the previous night, who queue for buses in the streets where the buildings are still burning, who maintain the rhythms of daily life in the middle of catastrophe with a stubbornness and a humor that is specifically and unmistakably English in character. He loves them for it. He always will. By the end of 1940, the immediate threat of invasion has passed. The Luftwaffe has not defeated the RAF. The Royal Navy still controls the Channel. Hitler has turned his attention eastward toward the Soviet Union, and the timetable of Operation Sea Lion, the planned invasion of Britain, has been postponed indefinitely. Britain has survived its darkest hour, battered and alone and without the means, yet to win the war, but alive, unconquered and fighting. Winston Churchill at 65 has done what he came to do. He has held the line. He has kept the country in the fight when the temptation to leave it was real and present and argued for by intelligent men. He has spoken to his nation in its extremity in the voice it needed to hear, and the voice and the nation have been, in this year of all years, exactly what each other required. The war is far from over. The worst of it, in terms of global scale and human cost, is still ahead. But the moment of maximum danger, the moment when Britain might have negotiated away its freedom, when the thread of resistance might have been cut, when the story might have ended in the way that Hitler intended it to end, that moment has passed. Britain is still in the fight. And Winston Churchill, who has waited 65 years for the moment he was made for and has met it without flinching, turns his exhausted, indomitable face toward the long road ahead. Chapter 7 Words That Won a War. Speeches, Strategy and Survival, 1940 to 1942. There is a radio in almost every British home by 1940, a brown Bakelite box sitting on the mantelpiece or the kitchen shelf or the parlor table, and it is through this object, humble, domestic, unremarkable in its physical presence, that Winston Churchill's voice enters the lives of the British people with an intimacy that no previous political leader has managed to achieve. The radio collapses distance. It brings the Prime Minister into the kitchen while the tea is being made, into the bedroom where the children are being settled, into the factory canteen during the lunch break, into the pub where the men sit with their pints and listen with a stillness that the barman has learned to read as the signal to stop moving glasses. When Churchill speaks, Britain listens, and the listening is not passive but active, charged with the particular quality of attention that a frightened people pays to the voice that tells them they need not be afraid. He is not, in the technical sense, a natural broadcaster. His voice is not the smooth, reassuring baritone of the professional announcer. It is rougher than that, more personal, more textured by the lisp he has carried since childhood, by the particular rhythms of his speech that reflect the written prose from which his talks almost always derive. He speaks slowly, with pauses that a trained broadcaster would have been advised to shorten, with emphases that fall in places that are unexpected and, once heard, exactly right. He sounds like a man thinking very seriously about very serious things, and communicating those thoughts with the effort and the weight they deserve, and this quality, the quality of real intellectual seriousness carried in the grain of the voice itself, is what the British public hears and responds to with something close to love. He writes his speeches himself. This is important, and it is not universally understood, because the assumption with political speeches of this quality is that there must be gifted ghostwriters somewhere in the background producing the purple passages and submitting them for the great man's approval. There are researchers. There are secretaries who take dictation and type up drafts. There are occasionally suggestions from colleagues and advisors. But the sentences are Winston's, the architecture of the arguments, the choice of the words, the rhythm of the periods, the placing of the Anglo-Saxon hammer after the Latinate build-up, the timing of the joke that releases the tension of the solemn passage that preceded it. These are the products of a mind that has been thinking about the English language as a working instrument since his time in the bottom form at Harrow, and they are the products of a man who understands, as few politicians of any era have understood, that words are not merely the vehicles for ideas but are themselves a form of action, that the right sentence at the right moment can do things in the world that armies cannot do. The speeches of 1940 are the ones that history remembers. the beach's speech, the finest hour speech, the few speech. But the work of the speechmaker continues through 1941 and into 1942, adapting to the changing circumstances of the war, finding the right tone for each new crisis, each new development, each new demand on the nation's reserves of courage and patience. Winston speaks to Parliament and to the nation with a frequency that would exhaust a lesser man and that he sustains through the sheer force of a constitution that seems, in these years, to be running on something other than ordinary human fuel. He is everywhere. This is the first thing to understand about Winston Churchill as wartime Prime Minister. The sheer physical ubiquity of the man, the refusal to govern from behind a desk, the insistence on seeing things and people at first hand rather than through the mediating layer of reports and memoranda. He visits the bombed areas of London and the other cities with a regularity that his security detail finds alarming and his public finds sustaining. He walks through the rubble of Coventry and Plymouth and Bristol and the East End of London, sometimes with a cigar and sometimes without, always with the black Homburg and the cane and the dark coat that have become, in the newspaper photographs and the Path newsreels, the visual shorthand for his presence. The crowds that gather when he appears in the bombed streets are one of the phenomena of these years. People call out to him. Winnie they call him, with the first-name familiarity that the English normally reserve for football players and music hall performers, and the informality is not disrespectful but intimate, the intimacy of people who feel, rightly, that this man has made their fight his own, that he is not directing their suffering from a safe distance but is present in it with them, sharing the risk and the grief and the stubborn refusal to accept defeat. He is moved by them visibly and without embarrassment, and they see his emotion and are moved in return, and the loop of feeling between the Prime Minister and the people in the bombed streets is one of the genuine human connections of the war, not manufactured or performed but real in the way that shared experience under pressure makes things real. He sleeps in London during the Blitz when his advisors would prefer him to be elsewhere. The bombing of London begins in September of 1940 and continues with terrible regularity through the winter and into the spring of 1941, and Winston's habit is to go up on the roof of whatever building he is in. Number 10, the Cabinet War Rooms, the annex above the war rooms where he increasingly lives and sleeps as the bombing intensifies, and watch the fires and listen to the anti-aircraft guns and observe the searchlights crossing the sky. He does this not merely as a gesture of solidarity, though it functions as one, but because he genuinely cannot bear to be below ground while the city is burning above him, because the instinct toward the action, toward the thing itself rather than its reports, is too deeply embedded in his character to be suppressed even by the reasonable arguments of his security staff. The Cabinet War Rooms, buried under the Treasury Building in King Charles Street, are the nerve center of the war, a labyrinth of low-ceilinged corridors and small functional rooms where the business of fighting the war is conducted through the long nights of the Blitz, where the maps are updated and the signals flow in from the theaters of war and the decisions are made that will cost men their lives or save them. Winston occupies a small bedroom here, barely larger than a ship's cabin, with a single bed and a desk and a telephone that connects him directly to Franklin Roosevelt in Washington. He works in these underground rooms with a focus that the cramped surroundings cannot diminish, dictating minutes and memoranda and replies to signals, receiving the chiefs of staff, reading the intelligence summaries that arrive from Bletchley Park, though the nature and source of this intelligence is known to very few people, and Winston is careful to protect it with a discretion that is, for him, genuinely uncharacteristic. Bletchley Park. The Government Code and Cipher School, housed in a Victorian mansion and its surrounding huts in the Buckinghamshire countryside, is producing, through the genius of Alan Turing and his colleagues, the most valuable intelligence asset of the entire war. The Enigma machine, the German cipher device that the Wehrmacht and the Luftwaffe and the Kriegsmarine used to encrypt their communications, and that they believe to be unbreakable, is being broken regularly and systematically, giving British intelligence access to the operational plans and dispositions of the German military with a timeliness and a completeness that would be, if the Germans knew of it, simply unbelievable. Winston receives the ultra-decrypts in a special box to which only a handful of people have access, and he reads them with the attention they deserve, the most important single source of intelligence he possesses, the secret weapon that cannot be spoken of, the edge that must be preserved at all costs because if the Germans suspect that Enigma has been broken they will change their procedures and the edge will be lost. He is not, in these years, merely an orator and a symbol. He is the operational director of the British war effort in a degree of detail that surprises those who expect a prime minister to confine himself to the broad strategic picture. He has made himself Minister of Defense as well as Prime Minister, and he exercises both functions with a hands-on intensity that keeps his military chiefs in a permanent state of mixed admiration and exasperation. He asks questions that they cannot always answer. He proposes operations that they consider impractical and argues for them past the point where argument should cease. He intervenes in tactical decisions that are, strictly speaking, below his level of authority. He sends signals to field commanders that bypass the formal chain of command and arrive with the force of prime ministerial instruction regardless of their formal status. His relationship with his chiefs of staff is one of the great working partnerships of the war, and one of the great dramas, because it is a partnership conducted under continuous and creative tension. General Sir Alan Brooke, who becomes Chief of the Imperial General Staff in November of 1941 and is, from that point forward, Winston's primary military interlocutor, keeps a private diary that is one of the most candid documents of the war, a diary in which his frustration with the Prime Minister erupts in passages of extraordinary frankness. Brooke writes about Winston's late nights and his unpredictable moods, his tendency to produce strategic ideas of varying quality at 2 a.m. and expect them to be taken seriously, his inability to accept no as the final answer to any question, his emotional volatility, his genius. Because Brooke also writes about the genius, and does so with the unqualified admiration of a professional soldier who knows the difference between the theatrical and the real. He writes about Winston's ability to grasp the essentials of a complex military situation more quickly than any civilian he has ever encountered, about his strategic instincts which are, when disciplined by professional military analysis, more often right than wrong, about the force of his personality in meetings with Allied leaders which gives Britain an influence in the conduct of the war disproportionate to its actual military and economic strength. The tension between these two men, the politician who thinks like a soldier and the soldier who occasionally has to think like a politician, is productive in the way that the tension between two strong and intelligent people engaged on the same task is always productive, generating more heat but also more light than a relationship of simple deference would produce. The strategic situation in 1941 is one of almost bewildering complexity and rapid change. In February, General Erwin Rommel arrives in Libya with the Afrika Korps and immediately reverses the gains that the British Western Desert Force has made against the Italians, driving the British back to the Egyptian frontier with a speed and tactical brilliance that introduces a new dimension of danger to the Middle Eastern theater. The loss of North Africa would cost Britain the Suez Canal and the oil routes of the Middle East, and Winston pours attention and resources into the Desert War with an urgency that reflects his understanding of what is at stake. In April, Germany invades Yugoslavia and Greece, and the British forces that have been sent to Greece in an attempt to build a Balkan front are evacuated after a fighting withdrawal that costs significant equipment and some thousands of prisoners. The island of Crete is lost in May, in a German airborne assault that demonstrates the terrifying effectiveness of paratroop operations and that costs the Royal Navy heavily in the ships it loses covering the evacuation. Each of these reverses arrives on Winston's desk wrapped in the detailed signals and the intelligence summaries and the casualty figures, and each of them must be absorbed and responded to and explained to the House of Commons and to the public without the explanation becoming an excuse or the absorption becoming acceptance. He is ruthless about the commanders who fail him. He removes generals who do not produce results with a speed that his military chiefs sometimes consider excessive and that he considers simply necessary. The war is too large and too urgent to allow underperforming commanders the extended tenure that peacetime conventions might justify. Wavell is replaced by Auchinleck in June of 1941. Auchinleck will be replaced by Alexander and Montgomery in August of 1942. These decisions are not made without anguish. Winston respects these men and understands the difficulty of what they are being asked to do, but they are made and made decisively, because Winston Churchill has an absolute conviction that the prosecution of the war requires the best available people in the most important positions, and that personal loyalty cannot be allowed to override this requirement. And then, on the 22nd of June 1941, everything changes. Germany invades the Soviet Union. Operation Barbarossa, the largest land invasion in the history of warfare, 3 million German soldiers advancing on a front of nearly 2,000 miles, begins before dawn and drives deep into Soviet territory with the speed and the violence that the Wehrmacht has made its signature. The Soviet Air Force is largely destroyed on the ground in the first hours. Soviet armored formations are encircled and destroyed in the first days. The cities of Minsk and Smolensk and Kiev fall in rapid succession, and the enormous human catastrophe of the Eastern Front, a conflict of a scale and a brutality that makes the Western Front look almost civilized by comparison, begins to unfold. Winston Churchill, who has been one of the most consistent and vehement critics of the Soviet system in British political life, who wrote about Bolshevism with contempt for 20 years, responds to the German invasion of the Soviet Union with a speech on the evening of the 22nd of June that is one of his most remarkable. He has been told of the invasion that morning, and has spent the day preparing his response. He goes on the radio and he says, with a directness that acknowledges the obvious contradiction and addresses it head-on, that no one has been a more consistent opponent of communism than he. He does not take back a word he has said about it. But he says that all this fades away before the spectacle now unfolding, that any person or state who fights against Nazism will have Britain's aid, and that therefore the cause of the Russian people fighting for their homes and their lives is Britain's cause. The reasoning is simple and the execution is total. Russia is now an ally and Winston Churchill means it, and he will prove he means it through 4 years of the most difficult alliance diplomacy in modern history, dealing with Joseph Stalin, a man whose cruelty and paranoia and political genius he understands with great clarity, with the combination of personal respect and strategic hardness that the relationship requires. He does not like Stalin. He does not trust Stalin. He regards the Soviet system with the same revulsion he has always felt for it. But Stalin is fighting the Germans and fighting them on a scale that is absorbing the majority of German military power, and this makes Stalin an ally of the most vital importance, and Winston will work with him because the alternative is to lose the war. There is a quality of moral pragmatism in this that some of Winston's critics then and later find troubling, a willingness to set aside the ethical dimension of his alliances in the service of the strategic imperative. Winston's response to this criticism, delivered with characteristic bluntness, is that when you are fighting for your life against the devil himself, you will at least speak well of the devil in the House of Commons. He means it as a joke. He also means it as a principle. December of 1941 brings the event that Winston has been working toward since he became Prime Minister, the entry of the United States into the war. He has been cultivating Franklin Roosevelt for over a year, through the Lend-Lease Agreement that has kept Britain supplied with American war material, through the Atlantic Charter meeting in August of 1941 where the two leaders met on warships in Placentia Bay and declared the principles for which the war was being fought, through a correspondence of extraordinary intimacy and frankness between the two leaders that is one of the great epistolary relationships of the century. He has needed America in the war, has known that without American industrial and military power the defeat of Germany is at best possible and at worst not, and he has worked for it with every diplomatic and personal tool he possesses. On the 7th of December 1941, Japan attacks the American naval base at Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. The attack kills over 2,000 American servicemen, sinks or damages much of the Pacific Fleet, and destroys the argument of the American isolationists who have been insisting that the war is not America's business. Franklin Roosevelt asks Congress for a declaration of war against Japan. And then Hitler, in one of the great self-destructive decisions of the war, declares war on the United States. His treaty obligations to Japan and his contempt for American military capability combine to produce a declaration that transforms the strategic situation of the war more completely than any single event since the fall of France. Winston, receiving the news of Pearl Harbor at Chequers on the evening of the 7th of December, feels something that he will describe in his memoirs with the honesty of a man who has been through enough to know what he actually felt rather than what he should have felt. He feels joy. Not joy at the deaths at Pearl Harbor, not joy at the suffering of the American sailors on the burning ships, but joy at the strategic meaning of what has happened, at the certainty, the absolute, now unquestionable certainty, that Britain will not lose this war, that with America's industrial power and manpower in the fight the ultimate outcome is determined, that all that remains is the cost and the duration. He says in his memoirs, that he went to bed and slept the sleep of the saved and thankful. He travels to Washington almost immediately, arriving on the 22nd of December for the Arcadia Conference, and he spends 3 weeks in the United States, staying at the White House in the bedroom down the corridor from Roosevelt, appearing before a joint session of Congress and delivering a speech that produces one of the great ovations in the history of that chamber. He speaks to the American legislators with the directness of a man who knows that he is half American himself. His mother's blood, the Jerome blood, the New York blood, and who feels in this audience something like family. He asks them what kind of people do they think we are, and the question carries all the weight of the previous 18 months, the 18 months in which Britain stood alone, and the answer it implies, that they are people who do not surrender, who do not quit, who will see this thing through to the end, reverberates through the chamber and through the subsequent days. But 1942, which begins in the aftermath of Pearl Harbor and the American entry into the war, is not a year of swift Allied triumph. It is a year of continued catastrophe. The Japanese advanced through Southeast Asia with the same speed and tactical brilliance that the Germans showed in Western Europe in 1940, and the British Empire in Asia disintegrates before it. Hong Kong falls on Christmas Day of 1941. Malaya is overrun. The great naval base at Singapore, which Churchill has believed to be an impregnable fortress, the Gibraltar of the East, proves to be nothing of the kind. It is attacked from the land rather than the sea, the direction for which its fixed guns were never intended, and on the 15th of February 1942, 85,000 British and Commonwealth troops surrender to a Japanese force that is numerically smaller, in what Churchill calls the worst disaster and largest capitulation in British history. The fall of Singapore hits Winston with a force that is both professional and personal. He has believed in Singapore as a symbol as much as a strategic fact, a symbol of British power and British permanence in Asia, of the Empire's ability to defend itself, of the solidity of the structure he has spent his life serving. Its fall in such ignominious circumstances, the guns pointing the wrong way, the water supply cut, the garrison capitulating without the desperate last stand that the situation demanded, strips the symbol bare and leaves something painful and complicated in its place. He faces the House of Commons and he takes the responsibility and he defends the decisions that led to Singapore's fall with the thoroughness of a man who has examined them and knows where the errors lie and is not going to pretend they do not exist. He calls for a vote of confidence and he wins it overwhelmingly because the House of Commons in February of 1942, whatever its frustrations with the prosecution of the war, has not found a man it trusts more than Winston Churchill to see it through. And Winston, receiving the vote of confidence, takes it not as vindication but as a mandate renewed, a mandate that must be earned again, continuously, through the quality of the decisions that follow. Rommel is rampaging in the desert. The U-boats are taking a terrible toll in the Atlantic. The Japanese are advancing toward India. The Russians are fighting for their lives on a front of incomprehensible scale. It is not, by any measure, a good year. Winston sustains himself through it with the same compound of whiskey and cigars and painting and an almost pathological capacity for work that has sustained him through all the previous crises of his life, but the sustaining is harder now, the reserves are being drawn on more deeply, and those who see him in the private moments, Clementine Brooke, the secretaries and the servants who keep the machinery of his life running, can see that the weight of it is real, that under the Bulldog exterior there is a man who feels the cost of every decision in his body as well as his mind. He writes letters home from his travels, to Clementine, always to Clementine, the letters that are the private counterpart to the public speeches, that show the other face of the man, the tender and anxious and sometimes vulnerable face that the public persona is designed to protect. He worries about her health. He worries about the children. He worries that he is not home enough, not present enough, that the war is consuming everything including the private life that Chartwell and the family represent. Clementine writes back with her own brand of honesty. She tells him when she thinks he is wrong, when she thinks he is being too harsh with the people around him, when she thinks the cigar smoke is too much and the whiskey too frequent and the hours too long. He does not always take her advice. He always reads it. Through all of this, through the reverses and the losses and the grinding anxiety of a war that is still far from won, the speeches continue. They continue because the country needs them, because the alliance needs them, because the world needs to understand what Britain is fighting for and why it will not stop. He speaks in the Commons and on the radio, in the great public gatherings and in the private conversations with correspondents and allies, and in each context he finds the right register, the right tone, the right combination of honesty about the difficulty and confidence in the outcome. He speaks about the nature of the enemy with a clarity that cuts through the diplomatic niceties. He says plainly and repeatedly that Nazism is not merely a political system to be opposed on strategic grounds but a moral catastrophe to be defeated on moral grounds, that the things the Germans are doing in the occupied territories and to the Jewish people of Europe represent a crime of a kind that civilization has a duty to extinguish. He knows, from the intelligence reports, from the accounts of refugees, from the evidence accumulating through 1941 and 1942, that something without precedent is happening in Eastern Europe, that the word crime is inadequate for what is being done, that a language for it does not yet quite exist. He speaks about it in the terms available to him, and in doing so makes clear that the war is about more than national survival or strategic advantage, that it is about what kind of world the survivors will inhabit. By the end of 1942, the corner has not yet been turned, but it is visible. Montgomery has won El Alamein in November, the first major British land victory of the war, the victory over Rommel in the Western Desert that will prove to be, as Winston says at the Lord Mayor's banquet on the 10th of November, not the end, not even the beginning of the end, but perhaps the end of the beginning. The American forces are in North Africa. The Germans are at Stalingrad, where the greatest battle of the war is reaching its climax and where the defeat of the German Sixth Army will, in the coming winter, announce to the world that the Wehrmacht is not invincible. Winston rings the church bells on the Sunday after El Alamein, the church bells of England, which have been silenced since 1940, reserved to signal invasion, and their ringing now signals something different, something better, the first sound of a tide beginning to turn. Britain hears them and understands what they mean, and the meaning is carried partly by the bells themselves and partly by the years of speeches that have given the nation the language with which to understand its own experience, the language that has named the fear and the courage and the suffering and the stubborn refusal to quit that will, in the end, prove to be the decisive quality of the British war. Words won this part of the war. Not only words, the pilots and the sailors and the soldiers and the factory workers and the women in the munitions plants and the nurses and the firemen and the air raid wardens all won it too, with their bodies and their courage and their daily willingness to continue. But the words shaped what all of it meant, gave it a frame and a purpose and a dignity, made it possible for people to know what they were doing and why, made the suffering not merely something to be endured but something to be proud of. And the voice behind the words, rough and slow and unmistakable, coming out of the Bakelite box on the mantelpiece in the middle of the bombing, is the voice of a man who has been preparing to say these things since he was a small red-headed boy in the nursery at St. James's Place, listening to the world go on without him and deciding, with the absolute conviction that never left him, that he was going to find his way into the middle of it. He has found his way, and the world will not be the same for it. Chapter 8. Turning the Tide, Alliance, Victory, and Global Leadership, 1943 to 1945. The year 1943 opens with the smell of change in the air, a change still tentative and fragile and purchased at enormous cost, but real in a way that the previous 3 years of the war have not quite been. The German Sixth Army, encircled at Stalingrad since November, is dying in the frozen ruins of that city on the Volga, dying of cold and starvation and the relentless pressure of Soviet forces that have sprung the trap with an operational skill that surprises even those who expected the Red Army to recover from the catastrophes of 1941. Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus will surrender on the 2nd of February, and the surrender will reverberate through the German national consciousness with the force of something fundamental breaking, the first clear signal that the war is not going in the direction that Hitler promised it would go. In North Africa, the Allied position is consolidating. The American forces that landed in Morocco and Algeria in November of 1942 under Operation Torch are pushing east, while Montgomery's 8th Army pushes west from Egypt, and Rommel's Afrika Korps is compressed between them in Tunisia. The campaign is not over, and it will not be over quickly. Rommel fights with the tactical brilliance that has made him the most celebrated field commander of the war, and the Americans, in their first serious engagement with the Wehrmacht at the Kasserine Pass in February, receive a brutal education in the difference between training and combat. But the strategic direction is clear, and Winston Churchill, reading the intelligence summaries and the operational reports with the attention he has brought to them every morning for nearly 3 years, allows himself, privately and with caution, a sense that the tide is genuinely beginning to move. He is 68 years old, and the war is doing things to his body that the force of his will cannot entirely prevent. He is heavier than he should be, and he smokes too much, and he drinks too much, and he sleeps in patterns that no physician would recommend, working until the small hours, sleeping late, conducting meetings in his bedroom while still in bed, surrounded by the papers and the red boxes and the ashtrays that constitute his working environment regardless of his physical location. He has developed a habit of conducting important conversations in the bath, bellowing through the open bathroom door at secretaries and ministers with the complete indifference to convention that is one of the privileges he has awarded himself as a compensation for the burdens he carries. He will have a heart attack in December of 1941 in Washington, which his Dr. Charles Wilson diagnoses and then chooses not to tell him about in precise terms, reasoning that a prime minister in the middle of a war cannot afford either the anxiety or the enforced rest that the diagnosis would properly entail. He will have pneumonia in December of 1943, genuinely serious, genuinely frightening, in Carthage in Tunisia after the Tehran conference. He will be exhausted and ill and struggling at various points through these years, in ways that the public does not see and that his own constitution declines to accept as reasons to slow down. He takes the illness and the exhaustion and the physical cost and sets them aside, the way he sets aside everything that stands between him and what needs to be done, and he keeps going. The great question of 1943, the question around which the strategic debates of the entire Allied war effort turn and on which Winston Churchill expends more diplomatic energy than on any other single issue, is where and when the Western Allies will strike against German-held Europe. The Americans, led by General George Marshall and supported by the instincts of Franklin Roosevelt, want the earliest possible cross-channel invasion, a direct assault on the coast of France that will drive into the German heartland and end the war in the West as quickly as possible. They are impatient with what they see as British indirection, with the Mediterranean strategy, with the tendency to find indirect approaches rather than meeting the German army on the ground where the decision must ultimately be made. Winston argues differently, and the argument is not merely strategic but reflects the accumulated understanding of a man who was at the Somme and Passchendaele in his bones, who has been living with the consequences of frontal assault against prepared defenses since 1914, who has seen what happens when armies attack before they are ready and when the logistics and the air cover and the naval support and the sheer material weight of the operation are not yet at the level the enterprise requires. He is not opposed to the cross-channel invasion. He understands that it must come and that it will come, but he wants it to come when the conditions are right, when Allied air power has achieved a degree of superiority over northwest France that gives the landing forces a reasonable prospect of survival, when the German reserves have been drawn down by fighting elsewhere, when the Allied armies have the experience of sustained combat operations that the still relatively green American forces have not yet fully acquired. In January of 1943, Winston travels to Casablanca in Morocco for a conference with Roosevelt that will determine Allied strategy for the year. He travels by flying boat, an enormous, lumbering aircraft that crosses the Atlantic at low altitude, cold and uncomfortable, in circumstances that would test the patience of a man half his age. He arrives and meets Roosevelt and the combined chiefs of staff, and the 10 days of discussion and argument that follow are a masterclass in the art of alliance politics as Winston Churchill practices it. He is better prepared than the Americans. His military staff have done the work more thoroughly, have produced the papers and the analyses and the appreciates that fill the conference tables, and when the arguments go to the detail, as arguments about military strategy must, eventually, go to the detail, the British position is supported by evidence and analysis while the American position is sometimes supported by preference and general principle. The outcome is, broadly, what Winston wants. The liberation of North Africa will be followed by the invasion of Sicily and then the Italian mainland, maintaining the initiative in the Mediterranean, drawing German forces away from the Eastern Front and away from France, striking at what Winston famously calls the soft underbelly of the Axis before the hammer blow falls on its armored front. He is also at Casablanca for a moment of personal drama that catches the world's attention. The two French generals who represent the rival strands of the French resistance, Charles de Gaulle, the embodiment of the Free French who has been operating from London with British support, and General Henri Giroux, whom the Americans have backed as a more tractable alternative, have been in relations of mutual contempt for months. Winston and Roosevelt between them engineer the famous handshake between de Gaulle and Giroux, the two men clasping hands for the benefit of the cameras with expressions that make it perfectly clear the handshake represents the triumph of political necessity over personal inclination. It is, in its way, a perfect symbol of what alliance management requires. His relationship with Charles de Gaulle is one of the tests of Winston's wartime diplomacy, and it is a test he passes imperfectly. De Gaulle is magnificent and insufferable in roughly equal measure, a man of towering personal pride and absolute conviction in his own historic mission, who treats every Allied decision that does not perfectly align with French interests as a personal affront and who responds to the limitations of France's actual military position in 1943 with demands that correspond to the position he believes France deserves. Winston finds him maddening. He also finds him, ultimately, admirable. He recognizes in de Gaulle a quality of indomitable national pride that he cannot but respect, since it is not entirely different from the quality he has been trying to project on behalf of his own country for the past 3 years. The two men quarrel frequently and cooperate reluctantly and understand each other, beneath the quarrels, better than either will quite acknowledge. The Allied invasion of Sicily begins in July of 1943 and proceeds, after the initial difficulties of the amphibious landing, with reasonable success. The campaign in Sicily lasts 38 days and clears the island of German and Italian forces. Though the Allied commanders, there are failures of coordination and of aggressive pursuit that allow the Germans to evacuate the bulk of their forces across the Strait of Messina, do not extract the full strategic benefit from the operation. Winston watches the campaign with the attention of a man who has been thinking about the Mediterranean since the Dardanelles, who has a personal investment in the vindication of the indirect approach, and who finds the failure to trap the German forces on the island genuinely frustrating. More significant, from the strategic point of view, is the political consequence of the Sicilian campaign. On the 25th of July, Benito Mussolini is deposed by the Italian king and the fascist Grand Council, arrested and replaced by Marshal Badoglio. Italy is leaving the war or trying to. The process is complicated by the need for secrecy, by the German presence on Italian soil, and by the political complexities of negotiating an armistice while keeping the negotiations from the very ally whose armies are occupying your country. On the 8th of September, the Italian armistice is announced, and Allied forces land on the Italian mainland. The Italian campaign, which will occupy Allied forces until the end of the war in Europe, becomes one of the most bitterly contested arguments in the historiography of the Allied war effort. The terrain of the Italian peninsula, a succession of river lines and mountain ranges running perpendicular to the axis of advance, perfectly suited to defensive warfare and deeply hostile to the attacker, gives the German forces, under the brilliant Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, the opportunity to conduct a fighting withdrawal of extraordinary skill that costs the Allies dearly in time and blood while tying down German forces that might otherwise be deployed elsewhere. Critics of the Italian strategy argue that it is precisely the kind of costly attritional campaign that the Mediterranean approach was supposed to avoid. Defenders argue that the German divisions fighting in Italy are not fighting in France, and that the campaign's indirect benefits justify its direct costs. Winston is a defender, naturally, it is, in large part, his strategy, but he is not an uncritical one. He pushes, repeatedly and with increasing frustration, for operations that will accelerate the Italian campaign rather than allow it to settle into the grinding attritional pattern that seems, by the winter of 1943, to be what it is becoming. He pushes for the Anzio landing, the amphibious operation behind the German lines at Anzio in January of 1944 that is intended to outflank the Gustav Line and open the road to Rome, with an urgency that reflects his understanding that unless something breaks the stalemate, the Italian campaign will become an embarrassment rather than a strategic asset. Anzio is another operation where the conception is bolder than the execution. The landing is achieved with surprise, but the American commander, General Lucas, chooses to consolidate the beachhead rather than drive immediately for the Alban hills that dominate the road to Rome, and by the time the advance begins the Germans have recovered from their shock and sealed the breakout. The beachhead at Anzio becomes a siege, surrounded by German forces on the higher ground, bombarded and precarious, its men living in the caves and gullies of the coastal plain while the war stagnates around them. Winston is furious. He says, with the bitter humor of a man who has seen his strategic concepts reduced in execution, that he had hoped to throw a wildcat onto the shore and instead found himself with a stranded whale. Through all of this, the Italian campaign and the preparations for the cross-channel invasion and the management of the alliance and the prosecution of the war in the Pacific and the grinding horror of the Atlantic convoys and the strategic bombing campaign against Germany, Winston Churchill is also conducting the alliance politics that will determine not merely the conduct of the war but the shape of the peace. The three great leaders of the Allied coalition, Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin, meet for the first time together at Tehran in November of 1943, and the Tehran Conference is, in its dynamics and its outcomes, a revelation of the way the war has shifted the balance of power among them. Winston arrives at Tehran as the leader of the least powerful of the three nations represented. This is not immediately obvious. Britain still has a global empire, still commands enormous naval power, still has armies fighting on multiple fronts, but the mathematics of the alliance are becoming inescapable. The United States is producing, by late 1943, an industrial output that makes the British economy look modest. The Soviet Union has an army that is, in terms of sheer mass and operational experience, the most formidable land force in the world. Britain is, by comparison, a medium power sustained by the momentum of its history and the force of its prime minister's personality. Winston Churchill at Tehran is not the equal partner of Roosevelt and Stalin in the way he was Roosevelt's equal partner at Casablanca or even at Quebec. He is a man fighting to maintain British influence in a world where the real decisions are being made between two powers that are both larger than his own. He argues for the Mediterranean strategy with a tenacity that the Americans and the Soviets, who have independently and for different reasons agreed on the priority of the cross-channel invasion, find obstructive. He is overruled. Operation Overlord, the invasion of Normandy, is confirmed for May of 1944, and the Mediterranean must accept a secondary role. Roosevelt and Stalin find, at Tehran, that they have more in common with each other than either has with Churchill, or rather they find it politically convenient to operate on that assumption, and the effect is the same. Stalin, playing his hand with the cold strategic intelligence of a man who has survived the most dangerous political environment in the world, encourages Roosevelt in the perception that Churchill is an old imperialist whose Mediterranean obsessions reflect British imperial interests rather than sound Allied strategy, and Roosevelt, who has his own reasons for wanting to distinguish American war aims from British imperial ones, is not unreceptive to this framing. Winston feels the shift in the room. He notes it. He adjusts. He does not capitulate, but he accepts the constraint of the alliance's decision and works within it with the pragmatic determination that is always his response to the loss of an argument. He is also, at Tehran, encountering Stalin as a physical presence for the first time, the short, pockmarked Georgian with the yellowish eyes and the extraordinary stillness, the man who has built and maintained the most lethal political system of the 20th century through a combination of brilliant political intelligence and absolute ruthlessness, the man who has killed more of his own citizens than Hitler has yet killed of his enemies. Winston studies Stalin with the close attention he brings to all the important people in his life, the attention of a man who is trying to understand the nature of what he is dealing with, and he forms an assessment that is complex and that he will revise several times in the coming years. He finds Stalin impressive. He finds him honest in the sense that Stalin says what he means and does what he says, which is a form of honesty even when what is said and done is appalling. He finds the dinners interminable and the toasts excessive and the atmosphere of constant threat that surrounds the Soviet leader, the threat implicit in the physical presence of men who would kill anyone Stalin indicated in an instant, genuinely oppressive. He flies back from Tehran ill. The pneumonia that strikes him in Carthage in December of 1943 is severe enough to genuinely frighten those around him, and Lord Moran, his doctor, writes in his diary that he feared for the Prime Minister's life. Winston himself, characteristically, refuses to accept that he is as ill as the medical evidence suggests, conducts business from his sickbed with the volume and the insistence that his staff have learned to accommodate, and recovers, not quickly but definitively, as if the body has decided that it will not let the man down at this particular juncture. The preparations for Overlord consumed the first months of 1944 with a totality that subordinates almost everything else to the requirements of the landing. The scale of the operation is without precedent in the history of warfare. Nearly 3 million men, 1,500 tanks, 12,000 aircraft, 5,000 ships. The accumulated military and industrial power of the Western democracies focused on a stretch of the Normandy coast and the question of whether it can be held and expanded into a bridgehead from which the liberation of Western Europe can begin. The planning is the most detailed and the most carefully executed of the war, the product of 2 years of preparation and the lessons of every previous amphibious operation. Winston is not the architect of Overlord in the way he was the architect of the Dardanelles. He has accepted that the operation must happen, has accepted the command arrangements that put the American General Dwight Eisenhower in supreme command and the British General Bernard Montgomery in command of the initial ground forces, and he works within these arrangements while maintaining his own view of the strategic context with the tenacity that is, by now, simply a known fact of working with him. He wants to be there when the landings happen. He wants to be on one of the ships in the invasion fleet, watching the operation he has argued about for 2 years from the closest available vantage point. Eisenhower objects. Brooke objects. Clementine objects. King George VI, when he hears of the plan, resolves the matter with a characteristic piece of constitutional logic. He tells Winston that if the Prime Minister is going, the King must go too, and that if the King is going, the responsibility for whatever happens to him falls on the Prime Minister's shoulders. Winston accepts this argument, reluctantly and not without attempting to find ways around it. On the 6th of June 1944, the D-Day landings begin. Allied forces come ashore on 5 beaches along the Normandy coast: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, Sword, in the largest amphibious operation in history. The fighting at Omaha Beach, where the American troops land against the strongest German defenses in the most exposed conditions, is of a ferocity that costs nearly 2,000 American casualties in a single morning. The other beaches are taken with difficulty but with less slaughter. By the end of the day the Allies are ashore and holding, the bridgehead is established, and the liberation of Western Europe has begun. Winston hears the news in London and crosses to Normandy within days, walking on the beaches where the men died, meeting the commanders, seeing with his own eyes the reality of the operation he has been arguing about for 2 years. He is visibly moved by what he sees, by the engineering of the mulberry harbors that are being assembled offshore, by the flow of men and equipment that the beaches are channeling into France, by the sheer scale of what the Western democracies have organized and executed. He walks on the beach at Courseulles-sur-Mer and the Allied armies are advancing inland behind him and the war in the West is entering its final phase and he stands there in the Normandy sunshine with the emotion of a man who has carried this moment for a very long time. Paris is liberated on the 25th of August. Winston enters the city with de Gaulle, the two of them driving through streets lined with jubilant French crowds, and the reception they receive is the kind of human outpouring that belongs to the great moments of collective liberation. Brussels is liberated in September. The Allied armies race across France and Belgium with a speed that threatens to outrun their supply lines, and for a brief intoxicating period in August and early September of 1944, it seems possible that the war might be over before Christmas after all. It is not to be. The supply lines do outrun themselves. The German army, defeated and retreating but not destroyed, reconstitutes itself behind the Rhine and the Siegfried Line and makes the advance expensive again. Operation Market Garden, the airborne assault on the bridges of Holland, intended to outflank the German defenses and open the road to the Ruhr, fails at Arnhem, the bridge too far, and the Allied advance bogs down in the autumn and winter. In December, Hitler launches his last great offensive in the West. The Battle of the Bulge, a powerful armored thrust through the Ardennes that catches the Americans partly by surprise and creates, for a few terrifying days, the possibility of a serious reversal. Winston is simultaneously managing the war and managing the peace that he can see approaching, trying to shape the post-war world before the fighting ends and the shape becomes fixed by the facts on the ground rather than the decisions of statesmen. He travels to Moscow in October of 1944 for a bilateral meeting with Stalin, and it is here that he proposes the percentages agreement, writing on a half-sheet of paper the proposed division of post-war influence in the Balkans between Britain and the Soviet Union, Romania 90% Soviet, Greece 90% British, Yugoslavia and Hungary 50-50, Bulgaria 75% Soviet. He pushes the paper across the table to Stalin, and Stalin ticks it with a blue pencil and pushes it back. It is one of the most remarkable moments of the entire war, this casual division of nations and peoples written in a few seconds on a piece of paper, and Winston knows it, knows that there is something cynical and something brutal about it, knows that the men and women of Romania and Hungary and Yugoslavia are not present in the conversation that is deciding their futures. He says to Stalin that it might be thought rather cynical if it seemed they had disposed of these issues so fateful to millions of people in such an offhand manner. He suggests burning the paper. Stalin, with the flat dark humor that occasionally surfaces in his dealings with Churchill, says he should keep it. He keeps it. And the percentages agreement, imperfect and morally troubling as it is, has at least this practical result: it saves Greece. When the Greek communists attempt to seize power in Athens in December of 1944, Winston sends British troops to support the Greek government in exile, and Stalin, honoring the percentages deal, does not intervene. Winston flies to Athens on Christmas Day of 1944 in the middle of street fighting, and his presence helps to broker the ceasefire that prevents Greece from becoming, in that moment, what it will narrowly escape becoming: a communist state, absorbed into the Soviet sphere before the war has even ended. The year 1945 begins with the German war clearly in its final phase and the Allied leaders gathering for the last major conference of the war. At Yalta, in the Crimea, in February of 1945, Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin meet to determine the shape of the post-war world, and the meeting is shadowed by two things that Winston cannot ignore: the advancing Red Army, which is sweeping through Eastern Europe with a speed and a mass that is establishing Soviet facts on the ground faster than any diplomatic agreement can shape them, and the visible decline of Franklin Roosevelt, who arrives at Yalta in a physical condition that alarms those who see him closely, a man being consumed by the illness that will kill him within 2 months. Winston fights at Yalta for the things he believes in: free elections in Poland, whose freedom from German occupation is being replaced by Soviet occupation with a directness that the diplomatic language of Allied solidarity cannot quite accommodate, genuine self-determination for the liberated peoples of Eastern Europe, a post-war order that reflects the principles of the Atlantic Charter rather than the brutal arithmetic of spheres of influence. He fights for these things and he does not win them, not in the form he wants them, not in the form that will actually govern the post-war world. Stalin agrees to free elections in Poland and in the liberated territories, and the agreements are written into the Yalta Communique, and everyone in the room knows, with varying degrees of willingness to acknowledge it, that the agreements will mean what Stalin decides they mean. Roosevelt, who is dying and who needs Soviet entry into the war against Japan and Soviet cooperation in the founding of the United Nations, is less willing than Winston to press Stalin on the Polish question with the force it deserves. The two Western leaders leave Yalta with a document that represents, as the subsequent months will reveal, a map of intentions rather than a guarantee of outcomes. Winston returns from Yalta with the uncomfortable knowledge that the post-war settlement in Eastern Europe will not be what he hoped for, and that the limits of Allied power, the limits of British power specifically, are now visible in a way that the conduct of the war has sometimes concealed. Roosevelt dies on the 12th of April, 1945. Winston receives the news and feels the loss of a partner who was never quite his equal and never quite his inferior, with whom he has conducted one of the great working relationships of the war across the differences of temperament and national interest that always existed between them. He weeps. He writes to Eleanor Roosevelt with the simplicity of genuine grief. And then he turns to the new American president, Harry Truman, a man he does not know, a man who will need to be educated in the realities of the alliance and the emerging shape of the post-war world, and he begins the work of establishing a new relationship. Germany is dying. The Red Army is in the suburbs of Berlin. The Western Allied armies have crossed the Rhine and are advancing deep into Germany. Hitler is in the bunker under the Reich Chancellery, conducting the last spasms of the war with the disconnected ferocity of a man who has lost contact with reality but not with the levers of power. He kills himself on the 30th of April, 1945, and within a week the German armed forces surrender unconditionally. The 8th of May 1945 is Victory in Europe Day. Winston Churchill steps out onto the balcony of the Ministry of Health building in Whitehall and looks down at the crowd filling the street below. Hundreds of thousands of people, the people of London, the people who endured the Blitz and the flying bombs and the V-2 rockets and the years of rationing and loss and the daily presence of death. And they are celebrating with the abandoned joy of people who have been living under enormous pressure for nearly 6 years and feel it suddenly, completely lifting. He speaks to them and his voice carries out over the crowd and they hear it and they roar back, and the roar is one of the great sounds of the century, the sound of a people that was told it would never surrender and did not surrender, celebrating the fact of its own survival with the gratitude and the relief and the fierce pride that only those who have come close to the edge can fully feel. He says to them, "This is your victory." And the crowd roars back at him, "No, it is yours." And he shakes his head and raises his fingers in the V sign and smiles, and the crowd roars again, and it is both their victory and his, inseparably, the man and the people who made him the man he became, who needed him to be what he was and whom he needed in return, the extraordinary symbiosis of the leader and the led in the moment that required them both at the full height of what they could be. The war in Europe is over. The war that Winston Churchill has been preparing for, warning about, and fighting for 6 years is won. And he stands on the balcony in the May sunshine, 69 years old, exhausted and triumphant and already, in some part of himself, aware that the world being born in this moment of celebration will be a different world from the one he has spent his life defending, a world in which the things he has fought to preserve will face challenges of a different kind, and that the story, his story and Britain's, is not yet finished. But today is not for that. Today is for the crowd and the sunshine and the V sign and the roar. Today he has earned his moment. Chapter 9. From Triumph to Defeat, Election Loss and the Iron Curtain, 1945 to 1951. The celebrations in the streets of London on Victory in Europe Day are still echoing when the political machinery of British democracy begins, with its characteristic indifference to sentiment, to grind toward the election that will determine who governs the country in the years of peace. The coalition government that has prosecuted the war so successfully is, by the summer of 1945, an arrangement that all parties understand to be temporary, a wartime necessity whose justification ends with the war itself. The Labour Party, which has served in the coalition with genuine commitment and considerable competence, has its own program and its own mandate to pursue, and the summer of 1945 is the moment to pursue it. Winston Churchill does not, at first, fully grasp the nature of the political situation he is entering. He has spent 5 years as the leader of a national coalition, fighting a war that transcended party boundaries, speaking to and for the whole country rather than one fraction of it. He has been, in the deepest available sense, the Prime Minister of Britain rather than the Prime Minister of the Conservative Party, and the role has shaped his self-understanding in ways that make the transition back to party politics genuinely disorienting. He believes, at some level that is perhaps not fully conscious, that the country he has led through the darkest years of its modern history will not, when it comes to the point, send him away. He believes that the personal bond forged in the fires of 1940 still holds, that the man who told them they would fight on the beaches and proved it means something to the electorate that transcends party loyalty and economic program. He is wrong. He is wrong in a way that reveals both the genuine depth of the electorate's gratitude and the complete separability of that gratitude from the question of who should govern the country in peace. The British people admire Winston Churchill with a fervor that is entirely real. They will continue to admire him for the rest of his life and beyond it. But admiration is not the same as a vote, and the vote is about something different. It is about the future, not the past, about the world that the men coming home from the battlefields and the women who have been running the factories and the families who have been living on rations for 6 years want to inhabit now that the fighting is over. And what they want, it becomes clear with increasing force as the campaign proceeds, is not what Winston Churchill is offering. He is offering, broadly, a continuation of the national unity approach, a government of the center, a rebuilding of the country along lines that respect the market economy and the traditions of British governance. What the country wants is the Beveridge Report, the blueprint for the welfare state that William Beveridge published in 1942 and that has been read by millions of ordinary British people as the promise that the post-war world will be organized differently from the pre-war world, that there will be a national health service and a proper system of social insurance and genuine full employment and a state that takes responsibility for the welfare of its citizens from the cradle to the grave. The Labour Party, under Clement Attlee, is committed to implementing the Beveridge Report. The Conservative Party, under Winston Churchill, is less clearly committed, and the distinction to an electorate that has been thinking about the post-war settlement for the past 3 years is decisive. This is the substance of the election, the real argument beneath the political surface, and in this argument the Labour Party has the better of it. Winston does not help himself with his campaign. He is not, at this point in his life, a natural campaigner for the peacetime domestic agenda that the election requires, and the distance between the role he has been playing for 5 years and the role the campaign demands produces some of his worst political judgments. Most notably, he makes a radio broadcast in which he suggests that a Labour government would be unable to deliver its socialist program without some form of Gestapo, a secret police force to enforce compliance with the centralized economic control its policies require. The comparison is grotesque in its context. Clement Attlee, who has served in Churchill's own war cabinet for 5 years, who is the most decent and self-effacing of politicians, who has about as much in common with the Gestapo as anyone in British public life, and it lands with the thud of a misjudgment so spectacular that even Winston's closest allies wince. Attlee, in his radio response the following evening, delivers a demolition of the argument so quiet and so complete that the contrast itself becomes a point in Labour's favour. The votes are counted on the 26th of July, delayed 3 weeks after polling day to allow the service votes from overseas to arrive. The result is a Labour landslide, 393 Labour seats against 213 Conservative. The swing to Labour is the largest in modern British electoral history. The Conservatives lose seats in areas they have held for decades. The man who won the war walks out of Downing Street for the last time as Prime Minister, and Clement Attlee walks in. Winston receives the result at a counting station in Woodford, where he holds his own seat comfortably. His personal standing in the country is not in question, only his party's. He takes it with outward composure and inward devastation, though the composure is genuine in the sense that he has prepared himself for the possibility, and the devastation is genuine in the sense that the preparation cannot entirely prevent the impact of the thing itself. Clementine, who has never been entirely comfortable with the Conservative Party and who has watched her husband's campaign with increasing unease, offers the reflection that it may be a blessing in disguise. Winston replies, with the wit that never entirely deserts him even in his worst moments, that the blessing is very effectively disguised. He is 70 years old. He has been at the center of public life for nearly half a century. He has written more books than most men read in a lifetime. He has held almost every major office of state. He has won a war. And now he is leader of the opposition, sitting on the benches across the aisle from a Labour government that is implementing a program he did not design and cannot entirely support, asking questions and making speeches and doing the necessary work of parliamentary opposition with the application of a man who has never yet found a way to stop. He is also, in these immediate post-war years, doing something that will prove, in the long run, to be among the most consequential acts of his public career. He is thinking about the Soviet Union and about the shape of the world that is emerging from the ruins of the war, and the thoughts he is having are darker and more urgent than almost anyone else in Western political life is yet prepared to articulate. The evidence has been accumulating through the final months of the war and through the first months of the peace with a clarity that Winston finds impossible to misread. The Soviet Union is not withdrawing from the Eastern European countries its armies have liberated, or occupied, depending on one's perspective, at the end of the war. The free elections promised at Yalta are not happening. The Polish government in exile, for whose freedom Britain nominally went to war in 1939, has been replaced by a Soviet-backed communist government in Warsaw. Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and the eastern zone of Germany are being organized as Soviet satellites, with the political parties that do not align with communist direction being suppressed, their leaders imprisoned or driven into exile, their press controlled and their institutions systematically replaced with institutions that answer to Moscow. Winston watches this with the feeling of a man watching a pattern he has seen before. He has been warning about totalitarian aggression since 1933, and the warning went unheeded, and the result was the war. He is not going to make the same mistake twice, is not going to see the pattern and remain silent about it and wait for the catastrophe to confirm his analysis. He is going to say what he sees as loudly and as clearly as he can, to the largest audience he can find. In March of 1946 he finds the audience. He has been invited to Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, to deliver a speech, and the invitation has the particular weight of having been endorsed and encouraged by President Harry Truman, who will share the platform. Truman's endorsement is significant. It signals that the new American administration is, at least to some degree, receptive to the analysis Winston intends to offer, that the speech will be heard in Washington with the attention that its content deserves. He travels to America by sea, spending the crossing working on the speech with a care that reflects his understanding of its importance. He arrives in the United States and makes his way to Missouri, to the small college in the small town in the American heartland, an unlikely stage for one of the most significant speeches of the 20th century. On the 5th of March, 1946, Winston Churchill stands at the lectern in Westminster College's gymnasium and delivers the speech that will become known as the Iron Curtain speech, though the phrase itself, the image that will define an era of geopolitics, appears relatively early in a text that covers considerably more ground than the phrase alone suggests. From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, he says, an iron curtain has descended across the continent. Behind that line lie all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe: Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Bucharest, and Sofia. All these famous cities and the populations around them lie in what he calls the Soviet sphere, and all are subject, in one form or another, not only to Soviet influence but to a very high and, in some cases, increasing measure of control from Moscow. The speech is not purely a warning about Soviet power. It is also a vision of the English-speaking world, of the special relationship between Britain and America, of the need for a fraternal association of the English-speaking peoples working together through the mechanisms of the United Nations and through the direct cooperation of their military establishments and their intelligence services to resist Soviet expansion and to maintain the conditions under which Western democracy can survive and flourish. He is articulating, in this gymnasium in Missouri, the framework for what will become the Western Alliance, the NATO alliance, the transatlantic relationship, the post-war order that will define the Cold War for the next 4 decades. The response is not uniformly positive. In America, the isolationist tradition is still alive, and the speech is criticized from the left as warmongering, as an attempt by a British imperialist to drag America into another European conflict for British purposes. In Britain, the Labour government is embarrassed. It is trying to maintain working relations with Moscow, and the last thing it wants is its predecessor making speeches in America that the Soviets will inevitably read as a declaration of Cold War. Even Truman, who has encouraged the speech and sits on the platform while it is delivered, finds it politic to distance himself slightly from its more pointed formulations in the immediate aftermath. But the speech does what the great speeches do. It names the reality before the political consensus is ready to name it, and once named, the reality cannot be as easily denied. Within a year, the Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan will commit American power and American money to the defense and reconstruction of Western Europe on precisely the terms Winston has outlined. The Iron Curtain speech is not the cause of these developments, but it is their clearest and most resonant articulation, the moment when the new strategic reality of the post-war world is named in language sharp enough to stick. He returns to Britain and to the work of opposition and to the writing that is, in these years of enforced distance from power, his primary occupation and his primary income. The Second World War, the 6-volume history that he begins in 1946 and publishes through the late 1940s and early 1950s, is the great project of his political exile, a work of enormous scope and ambition that is simultaneously history, memoir, documentary record, and, inevitably, a work of sustained self-justification. He writes it with the help of a research team and the access to his own wartime papers that he has retained with careful foresight, dictating to his secretaries in the long evenings at Chartwell, producing draft after draft, shaping the narrative with the literary skill of a man who has been writing history since he was 23. The book is magnificent and it is partial. It is magnificent because the quality of the writing and the quality of the mind behind it are real, because the access to primary material is unmatched, because the story it tells is one of the great stories of the century and Winston Churchill is both its most important participant and its most gifted narrator. It is partial because a man cannot write the history of events in which he was the central actor without the narrative curving, however unconsciously, toward the vindication of his own decisions, without the emphasis falling where it is most comfortable rather than where the full truth requires. The Dardanelles gets its chapter and its arguments. The Norway debate gets its framing. The Singapore disaster is handled with care. The book is, as one reviewer observes, not history but autobiography disguised as history, which is perhaps the most interesting kind of both. He also works, through these opposition years, on a project that is in some ways more ambitious than either the speeches or the memoirs, the project of European unity. Winston Churchill did not invent the idea of a united Europe, but in September of 1946, in a speech at the University of Zurich, he gives it a force and a legitimacy that the idea has not previously possessed from a figure of his standing. He calls for the creation of a United States of Europe, for Franco-German reconciliation as the foundation of European peace, for the building of the institutional structures that will prevent the continent from destroying itself again. The speech is visionary and it is also, in its complexity, somewhat ambiguous about Britain's own role in the European project. A complexity that will echo through British politics for the next 70 years and has not ceased to echo at the time of this telling. At Chartwell, the rhythms of domestic life continue to provide the counterpoint to the public drama. He paints prolifically in these years, landscapes of the Kent countryside, studies of the fish in the ponds he has constructed in the garden, sun-flooded canvases from his winter trips to Morocco and the south of France. He enters his paintings in exhibitions under a pseudonym, partly to protect the work from the distorting effect of his fame and partly, perhaps, because the painting is genuinely private in a way that very little else in his life manages to be, a space where Winston Churchill the public man is less present than Winston Churchill the person who finds in the mixing of colors and the movement of the brush a quality of peace unavailable anywhere else. He tends his roses and feeds his fish and lays more bricks and corresponds with an astonishing range of people across the world and receives visitors at Chartwell with the legendary generosity of a host who keeps a fine table and excellent cellar and whose company is, even in his 70s, capable of producing the quality of evening that people remember and recount for the rest of their lives. The conversation ranges from the state of Europe to the latest detective novel to the history of the Marlborough campaigns to the proper method of mixing mortar, and it ranges with the fluency of a mind that has been absorbing and connecting information for 7 decades and finds everything interesting and almost nothing trivial. His children are adults now, living their own complicated lives. Diana, the eldest, struggles with the particular difficulty of being Winston Churchill's daughter in ways that will cast shadows over her whole life. Randolph, his son, has inherited something of his grandfather's political ambition and his father's verbal brilliance and neither man's capacity for the patient management of relationships that political success requires, and his life is a series of brilliant moments and painful failures that Winston watches with the complicated love of a father who recognizes his own nature in his child and cannot quite help. Sarah, the actress, lives with the theatrical world's particular combination of glamour and instability. Mary, the youngest, is the most settled, and her marriage to Christopher Soames, who becomes one of Winston's closest companions in these later years, brings into the family circle a steadiness and a warmth that it welcomes. Clementine's health is variable, and her capacity for the pace and pressure of public life has always been more limited than Winston's, and the Chartwell years are punctuated by her retreats to sanatoriums and rest cures that reflect the genuine cost of being married to a man of Winston Churchill's energy and demands. She loves him, completely and without reservation, but love does not make the demands less exhausting, and in the correspondence of these years there is an honesty about the difficulty of their life together that makes the love more rather than less impressive for being unsentimental. The Labour government, meanwhile, is transforming Britain with a thoroughness and a speed that will take decades to fully assess. The National Health Service, launched in July of 1948, is the centerpiece of the welfare state that Attlee and Aneurin Bevan and their colleagues are building from the Beveridge blueprint, and it is, whatever Winston's reservations about the government that created it, one of the great social achievements of the century, a system that will define the relationship between the British state and its citizens for generations. Winston attacks aspects of the government's program in opposition with the vigor that his role requires, but he is careful, in his attacks, not to commit himself to dismantling the welfare state if returned to power, and the careful ambiguity of his position on the NHS reflects both the political calculation of a man who understands where the public stands and the genuine ambivalence of a man who believes, as he always has believed, in the responsibility of the state toward the poor and the He suffers a minor stroke in August of 1949, which his doctor and his family keep from the public with an effectiveness that reflects both the genuine discretion of those around him and the different conventions of an era less demanding of medical transparency from its public figures than the age to come. He recovers with remarkable speed. The body that has been defying medical probability since the pulmonary infections of his childhood continues to demonstrate its essential resilience, but the warning is real, and those who love him hear it even if he declines to. The international situation in these years is providing Winston with a continuous supply of evidence for the analysis he offered at Fulton. The Soviet Union tests its first atomic bomb in August of 1949, ending the American nuclear monopoly years ahead of Western intelligence estimates and transforming the strategic balance of the Cold War at a stroke. China falls to Mao Zedong's communist forces in October of 1949, the largest nation on Earth joining the communist world in a development that shakes Western confidence in the direction of global history. In June of 1950, communist North Korea invades South Korea, and the Korean War begins, the first hot war of the Cold War, a conflict that will last 3 years and cost over 30,000 American lives, and that vindicates, in the most direct available manner, the warning about communist expansionism that Winston sounded at Fulton 4 years earlier. He campaigns in the general election of February 1950 with the energy of a man determined to demonstrate that 75 years has not diminished him in the ways that his opponents assume it has. The election produces a Labor majority of only 5 seats, barely a working majority, a government on borrowed time, a result that tells Winston that the next election will be the one. He campaigns in October of 1951 with the focused determination of a man who knows this is likely his last serious opportunity, who wants one more tenure in office in which to address the Cold War threat and to demonstrate that the defeat of 1945 was a historical accident rather than a historical verdict. On the 26th of October, 1951, the Conservative Party wins the general election with a majority of 17 seats. Winston Churchill, at 76 years old, is Prime Minister of the United Kingdom for the second time. He has come back from defeat in 1945 with the same quality of indestructible forward motion that has characterized every setback of his life, from the Dardanelles to the electoral defeats to the wilderness years to the strokes. He has used the years of opposition to shape the intellectual framework of the Cold War, to build the transatlantic alliance in the realm of ideas before it was built in the realm of institutions, to write the history that will define how the Second World War is understood for generations, to articulate the vision of European unity that will transform the continent he nearly saw destroyed. He is old, and he is tired, and he is not the man he was in 1940. But he is still Winston Churchill, and Winston Churchill in diminished form is still more formidable, more interesting, and more consequential than almost anyone else available. He walks back into Downing Street on a cold October morning, and the door closes behind him, and the last chapter of the longest and most extraordinary political career in modern British history is beginning. Chapter 10. The Last Roar, Return to Power and Enduring Legacy, 1951 to 1965. Downing Street in the autumn of 1951 looks, from the outside, much as it has always looked. The black door, the worn stone steps, the policeman standing his patient watch, the narrow Georgian facade that gives no outward indication of the weight of history conducted behind it. Winston Churchill crosses the threshold for the second time as Prime Minister on the 26th of October, and the staff who receive him find, in the first hours, something that is both familiar and altered, the same force of personality, the same capacity to fill a room with the weight of his presence, but carrying it now in a body that is older and slower and more visibly carrying the accumulated cost of what the decades have demanded of it. He is 76 years old. He moves more carefully than he once did. The stairs require more attention. The voice, when he speaks, has the same remarkable timbre, the same capacity for range and precision, but it tires more quickly than it did in 1940, and those who know him well can hear the difference even if those who do not know him cannot. He has come back to power with a program that is, in its domestic dimension, more modest than his opponents' fear and his supporters' hope. The welfare state that the Labour government has built, the National Health Service, the national insurance system, the nationalized industries, is not going to be dismantled. Winston has made this clear during the campaign, and he means it, not merely as a political calculation but as a reflection of his genuine belief that the social contract represented by these institutions is broadly right and broadly popular, and that a conservative government that tried to unwind it would be making a mistake of historic proportions. He will denationalize steel and road haulage, he will give more room to private enterprise, he will reduce the controls and the rationing that the labor years have maintained beyond their wartime necessity, but the NHS will stand and the welfare state will stand, and his second government will manage rather than reverse the transformation of British society that his predecessor accomplished. What he has come back for, what drives him, beneath the domestic program and the parliamentary obligations, is the international situation. He is genuinely frightened of nuclear war in a way that those who know only his wartime belligerence sometimes find surprising, frightened of it with the specific fear of a man who understands both the physics and the geopolitics, who knows what the weapons can do and who watches the Cold War developing its confrontational logic with the anxiety of someone who has seen what happens when great powers lose the ability to step back from the brink. He wants to talk to Stalin. He wants, with an urgency that his colleagues find difficult to share, to explore whether the confrontation between East and West can be managed and moderated before it produces the catastrophe that the weapons now make possible. He uses the word summit. He is among the first to use it in the diplomatic sense, borrowing the metaphor of the mountain peak, the highest available meeting place, and he pushes for a summit meeting between the leaders of the great powers with a persistence that his Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden and his American allies find at various points premature, naive, and inconvenient. The Americans, under Eisenhower from January of 1953, have their own approach to the Soviet Union and their own timeline for engagement, and Winston's enthusiasm for personal diplomacy at the highest level sits awkwardly with the institutional caution of the State Department and the Foreign Office. They manage him, gently and with the respect due his age and his history, and the management is frustrating to him in the specific way that being managed is always frustrating to a man of his nature. He can see it happening and cannot quite prevent it and resents it without being able to say so plainly. Stalin dies on the 5th of March, 1953, and the opportunity Winston has been seeking shifts and reconfigures itself. The new Soviet leadership, collectively at first, then increasingly dominated by Nikita Khrushchev, is sending signals that suggest a degree of flexibility, a possible willingness to relax the Cold War tension, that the rigid Stalin years did not offer. Winston seizes on these signals with a hope that those around him consider excessive. He believes, or wants to believe, that the moment of Stalin's death is precisely the moment for the personal engagement he has been urging, that the new Soviet leaders, still uncertain of their position and still establishing the norms of the post-Stalin order, might be more responsive to direct personal diplomacy than the settled tyranny of their predecessor. He makes a speech in the House of Commons in May of 1953 that is, by the consensus of those who hear it, one of the finest parliamentary performances of his career, and he has had a career of parliamentary performances that makes this a very high standard. He speaks about the atomic peril, about the need for summit diplomacy, about the possibility of a new relationship with the Soviet Union built not on trust, which the evidence does not support, but on mutual self-interest and survival, which the evidence of the weapons makes overwhelming. The speech is received with the admiration that great parliamentary oratory always commands and produces, in the way of great parliamentary oratory, more appreciation than action. In June of 1953, Winston Churchill has a serious stroke. He is at Downing Street hosting a dinner for the Italian Prime Minister when it happens. A sudden deterioration, a weakness on his left side, a difficulty with speech that those present notice and that he himself, with the self-awareness of a man who has been attending to his own physical condition for several years with increasing vigilance, also notices. He finishes the dinner. He does not collapse. He goes to bed and Lord Moran is summoned, and the assessment is devastating. A major cerebral event, a stroke of significant severity, and there is, in the first days, genuine uncertainty about whether he will survive and if he survives, whether he will be capable of continuing in office. He survives. He is moved to Chartwell to recover, and the recovery is managed with a discretion that later generations will find remarkable. The extent of the stroke is not publicly known. The Prime Minister is reported to be resting, the cabinet is run in his absence by a small group of senior ministers, and the elaborate apparatus of keeping the truth from the public and from Parliament is maintained for weeks with an effectiveness that reflects both the different norms of the era and the genuine loyalty of those who love and serve him. He lies at Chartwell through the summer, and the recovery is slower and less complete than the similar recoveries of his youth. He is more fragile, the speech remains somewhat impaired, the left side does not fully respond, but there is recovery, genuine recovery, and by the autumn he is back, diminished but present, the force of will still operating in the damaged body with the stubbornness that has defined his entire life. He should, by the reckoning of those who love him most, Clementine Moran Brooke, the colleagues who know what the stroke has taken, resign. Anthony Eden, his designated successor, has been waiting for the succession with the patience of a man who has been waiting rather too long and whose patience has begun to show its strain. The Conservative Party needs a succession that the current situation is indefinitely postponing. The country needs a Prime Minister who can fully discharge the office's demands, and Winston, after the stroke, cannot fully discharge them. He does not resign. Not yet. He holds on with the grip of a man who has been told he must let go and decides that the person telling him this, however well-intentioned, is wrong. He argues to himself and occasionally to others that there is work still to do, the summit he has been seeking, the diplomatic initiative with the new Soviet leadership, the possibility of genuine reduction in Cold War tension that remains, in his view, the most important objective available to a Western statesman. He is not merely clinging to power for its own sake, though power is not something Winston Churchill has ever been entirely comfortable releasing. He genuinely believes that his unique position, his relationships, his history and his stature give him a capability that his successor will not immediately possess, and that this capability should be used before it is surrendered. The summit does not happen, not in the form he imagines. The international situation shifts and complicates in ways that repeatedly postpone the meeting he seeks. Eden's ill health and then Winston's own stroke and then the management of the American alliance and then the French complications, there is always something, and the summit recedes like a horizon that retreats as you approach it. He attends the Bermuda Conference in December of 1953, a meeting with Eisenhower and the French Prime Minister that represents a partial version of the multilateral engagement he has been urging, and his performance there, carefully watched by those who are still managing the question of his fitness for office, is mixed. There are moments of the old brilliance. There are also moments of confusion, of the trail lost, of the sentence that does not quite reach its intended destination. The domestic business of government continues regardless of the philosophical grandeur of the strategic vision. The economy must be managed, the industrial disputes must be handled, the budget must be presented, the parliamentary questions must be answered. Winston does these things, with the assistance of ministers who cover more for him than they would have needed to in his prime, and he does them well enough that the question of his fitness for office remains a question rather than becoming a fact. He is in the House of Commons regularly, and his interventions still carry the weight of his reputation and the occasional brilliance of his construction, and those who sit in the gallery and watch him speak see, even in the diminished version, something that remains extraordinary, a man who has been doing this for 50 years, who has seen and survived and shaped more of this history than anyone else present, and who brings all of that history into the chamber with him every time he rises to speak. He celebrates his 80th birthday on the 30th of November, 1954, and the celebration becomes a national event. Parliament presents him with a portrait by Graham Sutherland that he privately dislikes with a vehemence that he manages, with more social skill than he usually deploys in the face of things he dislikes, to conceal from the artist. The portrait is later destroyed by Clementine, an act of devoted protectiveness that says something important about the nature of their relationship. She will defend him even from the well-intentioned, even from the historical record, with a fierceness that has never entirely abated. The tributes pour in from around the world, from heads of state and from ordinary people who have never met him but who feel, in the way that some public figures generate this feeling in people whose lives they have touched without knowing it, that his story is part of their story, that what he did belongs to all of them. He resigns on the 5th of April 1955. The decision, when it finally comes, is made with the clean decisiveness that his long resistance to it has perhaps made necessary. He makes it and he does not unmake it, and Anthony Eden enters Downing Street and Winston Churchill leaves it for the last time as Prime Minister, getting into the car in the Downing Street yard with the composure of a man who has decided that this parting will be dignified, and achieving the composure through the force of a will that has always been, in the end, his most fundamental instrument. He is 80 years old. He retires to the backbench of the House of Commons, where he sits with a presence that is more historical than active. He attends when he can and votes when the issue moves him and speaks rarely, and when he speaks the chamber fills in the way it has always filled for him, the members drifting in from the lobbies and the offices to hear whatever he has to say, because you do not know how many more times you will hear it and you want to have been present. He will sit in the House of Commons until 1964, 55 years after he first took his seat, the longest continuous parliamentary career in modern British history, and his final departure from the chamber he has served and been served by is watched by those present with the mixture of admiration and grief that attends the ending of extraordinary things. The years after the resignation have their own texture, different from anything that has come before, slower, quieter, marked by the progressive dimming of the great light rather than its extinguishing, the man still present but the force of him gradually withdrawing from the world. He lives between Chartwell and the house in Hyde Park Gate that serves as the London residence, and he lives with the increasing companionship of age and illness and the natural diminishment that comes when the work that has organized a life for 60 years is finally, irrevocably done. He paints. He has never stopped painting, through all the decades, through all the offices and the wars and the speeches and the books, and in the last years the painting is perhaps the purest thing remaining, the one activity entirely free from obligation, from performance, from the weight of history and public expectation. He sits at his easel at Chartwell or in the south of France or in Morocco, and the brushes move across the canvas, and whatever is happening in the larger world recedes, and there is only the color and the light and the private pleasure of making something that is entirely his own, that bears no relationship to the great events with which his name will always be associated, that is simply the thing itself, a painting by a man who found in paint a solace that nothing else quite provided. He is awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1953, an honor that delights him with a genuine surprise. He has thought of himself, when thinking of it at all, as a soldier and a politician who also writes, and the Nobel Committee's judgment that he is, in the full sense, a writer is received with the pleasure of an unexpected gift. The citation refers to his mastery of historical and biographical description as well as his brilliant oratory in defending exalted human values, and the formulation is careful enough to be both accurate and comprehensive. He has written, across 6 decades, roughly 15 million words in books and articles and speeches and letters, a body of work that would be remarkable for a man who did nothing else, and that exists in the context of a life that did very much else indeed. The Queen confers on him a knighthood in 1953. He becomes Sir Winston Churchill, Knight of the Garter, and he receives it with the mixed feelings of a man who has declined a dukedom because he wishes to remain in the Commons, who understands that the knighthood is appropriate and who notes, without dwelling on it, that his father was never offered such an honor, that the career Lord Randolph Churchill failed to complete has been completed by his son in a way that exceeds anything either of them imagined possible in the long, cold mornings of Winston's childhood. He travels, in these final active years, to the places that have meant most to him, to the south of France, to Morocco where the light has always given his painting a particular warmth, to Monte Carlo where he sits at the tables with the pleasure of a man who has always enjoyed gambling and who now has the leisure to enjoy it without guilt. He visits the United States again, not as a wartime leader or a Cold War strategist but as an old man beloved by a country that has always understood his American half. The Jerome blood, the New York inheritance, with a clarity that sometimes eludes the British, and the receptions he receives in America are among the most purely joyful experiences of his late years. The strokes continue, small and large, each one taking something that does not come back. The speech becomes more difficult. The movement becomes more restricted. The great mind, which has been one of the most active and most furnished in public life for 60 years, begins to slow and to cloud in ways that those who love him find, understandably, more painful to watch than Winston himself appears to find them to experience. He is not, in the final years, fully aware of what is being lost. A mercy perhaps, or perhaps simply the natural anesthetic of very advanced age and neurological decline. He watches cricket on the television at Chartwell. He has always loved cricket, the English summer game that seems to him to express something essential about the national character, the patience and the precision and the sudden violence of the well-struck ball, and he watches the horses that still race in his colors, because he has owned racehorses since the 1940s and the horses give him a pleasure that is entirely without complication, the pleasure of the beautiful animal doing the thing it does best. He wins the Colonist 2 Stakes and other races through these years, and the winnings please him less than the horses, and the horses please him less than the racing itself, the speed and the color and the roar of the crowd. His mind, when it is clear, still produces the observations and the constructions that have always been characteristic. The epigram delivered with the timing of a born comedian, the historical parallel that illuminates the present, the sudden shaft of light that the conversation has not seen coming. Those who sit with him in these years collect these moments with the deliberate care of people who understand they are receiving the last of something irreplaceable. They write down what he says. They remember the evenings and the lunches and the late afternoons when the old man was suddenly, entirely himself again, and the room was lit by it. He has had, across his life, 3 primary relationships with death. His father's early death, which shaped everything. The deaths of the war, which he sent men into and bore the weight of, and the long gradual approach of his own, which he meets with the same equanimity he has brought to every other adversity, the equanimity that is not indifference but acceptance, the acceptance of a man who has lived so fully and so completely that the ending of the living, when it comes, is not a theft, but a completion. He has what he calls his black dog, the depression that has visited him periodically since his youth, the darkness that settles without warning and lifts without explanation, the shadow side of the great energy and the great confidence. In these final years the black dog is a more constant companion than it has been, and the painting and the horses and the visits of grandchildren and the quiet evenings with Clementine are the things that keep it at a sufficient distance to be bearable. He does not dramatize it. He does not discuss it at length. It is simply part of the weather of his inner life as it has always been, managed rather than resolved. On the 15th of January, 1965, Winston Churchill suffers the massive stroke that will end his life. He is at his home in Hyde Park Gate, and the stroke is severe and immediate, and he does not regain consciousness in any meaningful sense after it. He lies in his bed while the nation and the world begin the vigil that the news of his condition immediately generates, the gathering outside Hyde Park Gate, the bulletins on the radio and the television, the conversations in offices and kitchens and pubs about what the man has meant, the slow collective reckoning with what his passing will represent. He dies on the 24th of January, 1965, 70 years to the day after his father's death. He is 90 years old. The state funeral given to Winston Churchill is, by common consent of those who attend and those who watch it on the new medium of television that brings it into living rooms across the world, one of the great public ceremonies of the century. The body lies in state in Westminster Hall for 3 days, and the queue of those who wish to pay their respects stretches for miles through the January cold of London, ordinary people, in their thousands and tens of thousands, standing in the frost for hours to file past the coffin, because they want to have been there, want to have marked in person the ending of something they have lived their lives alongside. The service in St. Paul's Cathedral is attended by the heads of state of 112 nations, the largest gathering of world leaders for a funeral in history at that time. The music is Elgar and Handel and the hymns of the English tradition, and the cathedral holds the ceremony and the grief and the particular quality of a nation saying farewell to someone who is part of its deepest understanding of itself. From St. Paul's the coffin is carried on a gun carriage through the streets of London that once burned in the Blitz, past the crowds that line every inch of the route, to the Tower of London, and then by the River Thames, the great artery of the city he loved, to Waterloo Station, and then by train to Oxfordshire and to the village of Blaydon, where he is buried in the churchyard of the parish church near Blenheim Palace, the place where his story began on a cold November morning, 90 years before. The cranes of the dockworkers along the Thames dip as the funeral barge passes, a spontaneous gesture of respect from the men of the river, unrehearsed and unrequested and for that reason more moving than anything that has been planned, the working men of London bowing their machines in the grey January air as the last journey of the man who told them they would never surrender passes on the water beneath them. It is, of all the images of the funeral, the one that carries the most weight of meaning. The city and its people and the man in a single gesture of shared history, the long story of what they were to each other expressed in the dipping of iron against the January sky. What remains? What is left when the ceremony is over and the crowds have gone home and the television has moved on to other news and the man himself is in the Oxfordshire earth? The books remain. 15 million words, give or take, the most sustained literary career ever combined with a career in public life of the first rank. The histories and the memoirs and the biographies and the speeches, published in their collected form, read in the decades after his death by people who come to them seeking the writer and find the man, constitute a body of work that is both a record of the century and an expression of the extraordinary sensibility that lived through it. The speeches remain recorded and transcribed and broadcast and quoted, the specific sentences surviving in the culture with the persistence of proverbs, the blood, toil, tears and sweat, the finest hour, the few, the iron curtain, the end of the beginning. They survive not merely as historical documents but as living language that people reach for when they need to describe certain kinds of courage and certain kinds of defiance and certain kinds of refusal to accept defeat. They survive because they were made to survive, built from the ground up by a man who understood that the right arrangement of words can do things in the world that nothing else can do, and who had the talent and the discipline and the years of preparation to find the right arrangement when the moment required it. The history remains. The history of what he did, of the warnings in the wilderness and the assumption of power in the darkest hour and the speeches that held a nation together and the alliance management that brought America into the war and the strategy that ultimately prevailed. This history remains as one of the most thoroughly documented and most intensely debated in the modern period. The debates are real and they are ongoing, about the Dardanelles and Gallipoli, about the Bengal famine of 1943 in which British imperial policies contributed to millions of deaths and Winston Churchill's response to which was inadequate in ways that his admirers sometimes prefer not to dwell upon, about the strategic bombing campaign and its cost in German civilian lives, about the empire and its peoples and the complex legacy of the world that Winston Churchill defended and that was in its own way as capable of cruelty and injustice as the world he fought against. These debates are necessary. They are the debates of a man who lived at the full scale of his era, who participated in the great decisions of a century of extraordinary violence and change, who made some of those decisions well and some badly and all of them with the force of his total engagement. He was not a saint. He was not beyond criticism. He was not, in every respect, on the right side of history. The phrase itself, used too casually, obscures the genuine complexity of what history requires of those who live through its turning points. He was a man, flawed and great in proportions that are difficult to separate from each other, who did things that mattered when the things that mattered most were being decided. What is perhaps the truest thing that can be said about Winston Churchill is the simplest. He was there. He was there in 1940 when the thing that had to be done was to hold on, to refuse, to look into the face of the worst available outcome and say no, not this, not now, not ever. He was there with the voice and the will and the specific, peculiar, irreplaceable combination of gifts that the moment required. He was there on the beaches and in the bombed streets and in the House of Commons and on the radio, and he was present in all of these places with a totality that was itself a form of courage, the courage of a man who does not protect himself from the full weight of what is happening, who absorbs it and transforms it and gives it back as something the people around him can use, can live inside, can fight from. The river carries him past the dipping cranes and out of sight, and the January city goes quiet, and the story of Winston Churchill and the story of Britain in the 20th century are, for better and worse and in all the complexity that honest telling requires, the same story. It is not a simple story. It was never a simple story. It is the story of an island nation and the man it made and the man who made it. In the crucible of the worst century, in the furnace of the worst war, in the long darkness before the light came back. And the light came back. That is what he did. That is what endures. The Bulldog Defiant, a full biography of Winston Churchill. Author, Jamie Glick. Narrator, Christopher. From the Victorian cavalry charges of his youth to the dawn of the nuclear age, Winston Churchill did more than just witness history. He dictated its pace. Through every triumph and every crushing defeat, he remained the indomitable bulldog, a symbol of defiance whose courage ensured that the light of freedom would not be extinguished in Europe's darkest hour. While his final roar has long since faded into the halls of Westminster, his words and his resolve remain etched into the very foundation of the modern world. He was a man of flaws, a man of genius, but above all, a man for his time. Thank you for listening to the Bulldog Defiant. We hope this journey through the life of history's most resolute statesman has left you with a deeper understanding of the cost of leadership and the power of an unshakable will.